freaking gangs.
Say that again.
Where'd you go?
Taco Bell and KFC. I got 2 fry supremes, crunch wrap, 4 chicken tenders, zinger, 2 soft tacos.
Oh, you already ate it all?
Yeah. I've had 2 Powerades and a Monster, and I'm so fucking thirsty, dude. Being thirsty is infinitely worse than being hungry. Holy shit. Do you have dinner? Or, yeah, what were you eating before?
Send invite.
Not on the game yet. What do you want to play, arcade or standard?
The standard, honestly. Because arcade you can't control. It's free for all the team. Friend.
Today there was one. It's like Sharpshooter from Black Ops 1, where the game gives you random guns for 45 seconds, and it was giving us pistols and like, what the fuck am I playing?
That to join the gang, they have to kill people, that sell drugs, that beat the shit out of his wife. We get rid of him. Is that who you're sticking up for? Are you honestly gonna sit here and say Trump is just doing abroad any illegal? No, it's going after the illegals, all right? And you mentioned veterans. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. When I joined, I swore an oath to the Constitution to protect this country of enemies foreign and domestic. And I
Bloom, go now.
What the fuck is Razor Bloom? It sounds so stupid.
Set the razor shop.
A bomb location has been compromised. 5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
All set. Bench deployed.
Last stop standing.
This isn't over, pal.
You
Let's
didn't
go.
bring any drinks home?
Never knew Pierce. Who was the domestic? You know what the
He's on
domestic
the same
is the people that flood this
the
country
stairs
with
to the right.
illegals. They don't give a shit about law. They weaponize the justice system. They try to kill our freaking president. And then when he tries to kick these people out, he's the mean one. I'm sorry. This is an argument that you are not going to win. Okay, there's absolutely no. He's talking about illegal gang members, and you're sticking up for MS-13 members. Have you ever encountered an MS-13 member? Have you ever spoken to one of
Well, I
them?
think the problem,
you know what they're
Vinny,
about?
the problem,
They
Vinny,
would kidnap your ass and they would kill you.
hang on, I'm going to come to
Friendly's
Tim.
victorious.
We
Hostiles eliminated.
are conflating several different issues here because the issue of people being deported, many of whom are already on the deportation list and are convicted criminals, some of them for murder, rape, and so on. I don't think many Americans have any sympathy with, I assume, with those on a deportation list who've had the due process but haven't yet been deported, now being deported. There is an issue about whether they should be put in prisons in El Salvador. I get that. But that's not to do with what's happened on the southern border. That's a different issue altogether. So, Tim, let me ask you the same question. You wouldn't naturally race to praise Trump for anything, but can you find it in yourself to say that what's happened on the southern border is a good thing? Now, maybe about shop/peers.
If we're talking about these Venezuelans in particular, they're in a communist country where they are being persecuted by a communist dictator. And I think that we should have an orderly process for people to be able to come to Venezuela, use this country, be refugees like so many have before, like all of us have who came
Throwing my trump card.
to America. That is what is unique about America. That's what makes America special.
Be advised, Op 4 has
Every
found.
Lebanon came here
10
because they were
seconds.
looking for opportunity, because they were fleeing someplace else. And we created a
Down
system
5
that
seconds.
was obviously totally out of control. And so bringing some control to that system is fine. But that doesn't mean
Op 4 has located a
zero
bomb.
people come
Be
in.
ready for
I'm
hostile
not
action.
happy about that. I want Venezuelans turning communists to be able to come here.
Facing a razor blue. Setting up a diversion.
Op 4, last operator standing. 15 seconds. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
We need to create a system where people can come here. And you're saying that these people are coming illegally. We actually know for sure that at least a couple of the Venezuelans that were sent to El Salvador came through the legal process. You might not like that process, but they used the CB1 app. They said that they were refugees fleeing oppression. They went to a third country. In one case, a guy went to Colombia, just like you're supposed to, and then he was brought to Florida, and that man has been sent to El Salvador. Maybe he's a trend to Aragua. We don't know because there wasn't a court hearing. I've talked a lot about the gay makeup artist Andre. I'm sorry, Pierce, but I want people to come.
I hear you.
don't want zero.
I believe.
It's not
Listen,
good to be
no,
zero.
Tim,
We're America.
Tim, I agree with
We're
you.
not China.
Listen, I don't disagree with you about the due process issue. And Elizabeth, what I would say, I think, against the pro-Trump argument with this is
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
What happens, as Donald Trump is now realizing, I think, is that the stories become stories which are about due process, not what's happened on the southern border. There is a clear, demonstrable
10 seconds
big
left.
success on the southern border, but I'm not reading or seeing anything about that. All I'm
5
hearing
seconds left.
about are these one or two isolated people who have not been afforded
Bomb
due
located
process,
by
and where it
Op 4.
looks unfair. And my point about that is that it's almost handing a victory.
Setting up a diversion. Placing a laser beam. Proximity alarm. I'm reloading.
He's fucking downstairs, dude. What a fucking loser, man.
To the jaws of defeat if you
Sir.
abandon due
Sir.
process. What do you think of that argument?
Bomb diffuser in place.
I'd like to just ask you, Pierce, do you genuinely believe that the mainstream media that we've talked a bit about now for the last 15 minutes would have given Donald Trump the win and actually written about the victory at the border, regardless of what else was happening in the country? Do you
No,
believe that?
no, I don't. No, I don't. I think that's part of the problem. I think part of the problem with Donald Trump, well, part of the problem with Donald Trump from day one, in terms of the way the media have treated him, is that
All
they
friendlies
have
were
failed
eliminated.
to understand why he got elected. He got elected because he's not a conventional politician. He doesn't behave like a conventional politician. So the Trump hysteria raged away for 4 years the first time. This time round, we were told it's going to be different. Everyone's learned their lessons, and they haven't. The hysteria has blown up again about absolutely everything. Now, I've just been in America for a month. It's sort of every morning's like a jungle of everyone going bonkers about everything Trump says and does. When actually, as with all things Trump, it's better to take a bit of time and see how things play out, because I think that's what he does. I think he throws stuff up against the wall. He sees what sticks and what works and what doesn't work, what needs changing and so on. But the problem with the kind of controlled chaos strategy that Trump deploys is that he does allow his opponents, his enemies, and I include quite a lot of people in the media who really do want to take
They need
him
to
down.
locate
even
a
though
bomb.
they can see it. It gives them a chance and an excuse to do that. And it takes away from the successes. And I think on tariffs and stuff like that, you know, I can see the big picture. I think most people understand the big argument and don't disagree with it. It's the way he's gone about this. He has to get some wins on the board. Because otherwise, if in 6 months' time or a year's time, or as
Drone
we head
has
towards
located
the
a bomb.
midterms, the US economy is still in the doldrums and the stock market is still tanking, then you're going to lose the house in the midterms and the environment will change completely. So I
10
do think
seconds to
there's,
go.
he's playing with fire here with this stuff, where he's got to
5
get
seconds
wins
to
on the
insertion.
board. Do you accept that?
I accept
You
that.
found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Reloading!
Reloading!
Loading mag!
Switching to ER.
Reloading.
Frag imminent.
Detected! Activating surge! We're ready.
Op 4 last stop standing. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Back there. Oh shit.
I think that might be a C4.
Yeah, I hear it.
What's this
Friendly
fucking
last
guy
operator
doing?
standing. The diffuser is now secured.
He was there the whole time, took him 2 minutes to get the bomb, like a fucking retard.
It's like I fucking pinged him multiple times and he's just sitting.
15 seconds left. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Dude, what?
I think he aced.
But I would argue that Donald Trump, obviously, as you know, is fully aware that midterms are coming up and maybe is acting like a president and not a politician worried about midterms. Not everyone can be Joe Biden and try to erase student loan debt a couple weeks before the midterms to try to score themselves a win, for example, right? Maybe that's not what Donald Trump is trying to do. I think the fact is we're talking here, no one is being honest. That's why I brought up the dinner to begin with, and the fact that they sat there and applauded themselves and lied again. My fellow panelist here said that, you know, whatever
We need
Steve
to
Bannon
locate a
does is
bomb.
the same. Number one, I don't agree. But Steve Bannon goes out and says, I am a Trump supporter. No one at NBC or Axios or Politico or anywhere else goes out and says I'm a Biden supporter. I saw Jake Tapper a few weeks ago say I'm not on the left. And I sat there with my jaw on the ground. The fact is, they believe that they are actually moderates. They believe they're telling the American people the truth. And they believe they're getting away with murder because they continue to throw their own bias into everything else that they report. The American people are not stupid. What is sad is that the journalists in our country believe that they are. They believe they can tell them how to vote and how to feel.
Be advised
and
your drone has located a bomb.
Donald Trump is not worried
10
about
seconds
victories.
before
Media
insertion.
because he knows the American people not only elected him to do what he's doing, but can figure out
5
what he's
seconds
doing
to
without,
insertion.
you know, reading through a couple of headlines in the mainstream media. So no, I don't think he's worried about the
Located a bomb.
They're
Make your
spawn
way to its
peeking.
location and defuse it.
Put on that red pin.
Yeah. That window's open now.
Go to this here. What a fucking faggot, man. Valkyrie was on site.
You must recover the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining. Op 4
Wait, what?
eliminated all friendlies.
Is it not behind the wall? So he could just shoot me through the smoke and then gets a headshot.
Okay, the interesting sort of sideshow at the moment to all this is the battle for the heart and soul of the Democrat Party, who have got record low polling at the moment. You're seeing a number of people like Gavin Newsom, Governor of California, steaming very fast to the middle ground, abandoning a lot of the more progressive woke ideology as he goes, pretending he had nothing to do with it. You're also seeing people like AOC, who are out there getting more and more support, but of course belong entirely to the progressive left. You've also got people like David Hogg, who says we've got to get rid of all these old timers. We've got to ripple up and get some new, young, fresh blood and
We need to
thinking
locate
into
a bomb.
the party, which I would completely concur with. You know, when you see the likes of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and these others, you just think you've got to move on now. You've
Drone
got to
has
find
located a
new,
bomb.
coherent voice that's going to get people to vote for it and have a view for America. But it can't be the progressive left, can it? Haven't you just, with the last election, an utter repudiation of a lot of what the progressive left stands for? So if you end up with AOC as the standard bearer going forward, I think you end up losing again.
Frankly, I disagree. I mean, Harris, especially
10
after
seconds
the
before
DNC,
insertion.
you know, was campaigning with Liz Cheney, trying to present herself as like this
5 seconds to
moderate
insertion.
Nikki Haley, Kamala Harris voter that obviously didn't really exist.
To
or at
bomb
least not
location
in
and defuse it.
Nice elbow kids outside.
Loading new magazine!
Changing mags!
Lights out!
Brace for it!
Getting a better angle.
Holy shit. that was
Swapping
well done.
mags! Mine's up.
last stop standing.
He's all the way at the back,
Bomb diffusion initiated.
behind the
Protect
site.
diffuser. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
I wasn't even looking at him. I was looking at the scoreboard.
Huge numbers. I think what a lot of us call progressivism is really just common sense. I mean, my big vision for the world is that every American should afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and spend. And that doesn't seem like a very high bar, and it's not for any of our peer countries, but it is here. And neither party is truly messaging on that. I mean, you have on the right now, having tax cuts that benefit the super rich, but not the average American. And these tariffs will cost the average American, I think, about $4,000 every year. And as for Democrats, there are a lot of them that are more interested in their corporate donors.
Need to locate a bomb.
To always cater to this very milquetoast vision when both parties should be going towards that idea. Housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and take your kid to the zoo or go to the movies.
But you know the
I don't
reason,
think anyone here disagrees.
the reason people don't focus on those things or talk about them is that on the progressive left, you'll also have people at high levels of the party come out and say with a straight face, we think biological
Drone
men
has
should be
located a
able to
bomb.
score. And the moment most average Americans hear that, they do what you just did. They roll their eyes and go, you lot are
10
insane.
seconds to go.
And you're doing it for a different reason. You're doing it because you think, I'm insane for saying that.
5
But I
seconds
can
before
tell
insertion.
you, as somebody who's always been pretty liberal, I think that
Proceed to bomb's
strategy was
location and defuse it.
Missed me? Boom! Incoming!
Cluster charge going up. Enemy located. Second floor.
There's someone upstairs.
Loading the magazine.
Inside the building. I'm on the roof.
Mine is up.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Op 4 last stop standing.
Fucking passion.
Op 4 eliminated.
the idea that you would let your leaders go out and propagate something bullshit, which most Americans, with any vein of common sense, if you call it, know is bullshit, that then allows exactly what happened. The Republicans to run with that and say, look at these people, they're nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Democratic Party has a messaging issue, but I think this is less about the Democratic Party and more about right-wing media, which I watch and analyze for a living, or at least before I started running for Congress. There's been plenty of research talking about when people transition, how it doesn't really impact their effects in sports. This is a very, very, very tiny percent of the
No, it's complete
population. I
bullshit.
forgot-
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Can I please
by
finish
the way,
this?
I'm not right-wing media
Nope.
in any shape
I'm
or
not
form.
saying you are.
I know, but I'm just telling you, I'm not, and I think it's bullshit. The idea that it's a small thing, it's not. You're seeing it more and more and more and more and more. There are millions of people, young people in America identifying as trans. This problem is going to get worse and worse and worse. And the issue is about women's rights to equality and to fairness and to safety. Nothing more than that. It's not about
The amount of trans people
I want
in
the same.
sports in the first
Just to be
place
clear,
is
I want the same.
minuscule.
Hang on, Kat. I want the same for trans people, but not at the expense of women's rights. That's what it's about. And if you can't have a Democrat Party that stands up completely rock solid for women's rights, because it's far too concerned with promoting a trans agenda where it erodes women's rights, you're never going to get re-elected as a party, ever.
Okay, this is the thing. Trans people's existence and even like
Secure
the
the area.
40
Keep the bombs protected.
people that are in sports isn't the big issue with women's rights. It isn't a women's rights issue
But it
at
becomes
all. We
one
need to be-
when you support obvious unfair. That's the point.
Can I
No,
finish?
don't.
Thank you. The thing here is you have Republicans
Op 4
right
located a
now
bomb.
in
Protect it.
the
You have
state
the
at
shotgun?
the
You
federal
have
level
the-
that are saying we need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
check children's genitals to make sure they're the right ones before they
Put,
play.
put
That's
2
a
rounds
harm
up there,
to children
like one
and
side by
women.
side.
The SAFE Act has got millions of Americans from being able to vote if they don't have a birth certificate.
10 seconds.
name change.
Could you put
That's
one
an
round
actual
into
harm to women.
that hatch?
Trans people existing, and then like
Down
one
to
state
5
did a
seconds.
law against trans kids being in sports. There was literally one trans
Op
Somebody
4
already
located
blew it
a
up.
bomb.
any
Be ready for
sport
hostile action.
supported by their own team. This is lawmakers at the state level, people that are being paid, that are full-ass adults, that are bullying children.
So just to be
For
clear,
no
okay. So
reason.
just to be clear, you would personally like it to continue. You think it's perfectly okay for biological.
Shiva deployed. Reloading!
One Op 4 remaining.
Loading mag!
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Men to compete in women's sport. Is that your position?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't mind trans women being in sports.
Okay,
I
then,
have been,
then
I
this
have
is
a
the problem.
kickball league
Then, Kat, with
trans
respect to
women,
you,
and
with
I beat them.
Kat, with great respect to you, I'm very glad you're not running this issue in America because it is grotesquely unfair to women. Vinny, final word to you, then I'll come to Tim for his final word.
Well, she just said it. I don't like you're spitting out these numbers. If one man tries to take away a scholarship from a female, that's anti-woman. And for you to sit there and act like it's not a freaking problem, it's happening more and more, like Pierce said, every single day. And that's the problem, is this low number talk. If one girl
Protect
is
the
being
bomb.
affected, and if there's
CCE shield is ready.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses
Damn
accordingly.
dog. Someone's playing the Bleak.
swapping mags.
What?
Someone's playing.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
push the fucking walls in here. What the hell? Oh! Fucking hell, dude.
CCE ready.
One guy was outside the main breach, which no one reinforced, which is insane.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Men and women's bathrooms. You guys make it seem like this is just, we're just coming out of thin air. And that's the problem, Piers, with the Democratic Party. You heard it here first. No vision, no plan. They're totally fine with a male with testicles beating the shit out of women, spiking
You're
volleyballs in
so
their freaking
obsessed with
face and sending them to
people's
the hospital. It's no. It's unbelievable that I'm happy you're exposing yourself because he nailed it. This is why your party is going to keep losing over and over and over because you guys are standing on issues that it's so common sense. Men should play with men. Women should play with women. And if you don't think it's affecting women, go ask all
Protect
these
the
girls that are
bomb.
losing scholarships to men with freaking testicles that are beating the shit out of them in sports.
Yeah.
Unbelievable that you think like that.
Okay.
Be advised.
I
Op
mean,
4 has
that's
found the
Tim,
bomb.
one thing is, reading again the whole trans thing, but I think the point is, as the Democrats try and find a new voice, a new way to compete, and a new way to win, I just feel they have to go down the Gavin Newsom route of abandoning just propagating all this progressive, far left stuff. Otherwise, they're just unelectable.
Yeah, so just two thoughts on this. Just one really quick before Vinny's position. Look, I have a more nuanced view of Cat
5 seconds left.
on trans women. But the idea that having one trans woman
Op 4 has located a bomb.
is
Be ready for hostile action.
But I don't care if I wrongly spent. Okay, but I don't care.
Oh, they're already over here.
Oh, come on. Dude, what?
CCE shield is ready. Shield deployed.
Nice.
No, I fucking held it too.
I think he's already inside, no?
Dude, what is our team doing, man?
One friendly remaining.
That was a weird shit.
But you don't care, apparently, if we wrongly sent one person to a concentration camp in Venezuela.
What the hell am I looking?
Yo, what the fuck aim was?
All friendlies were eliminated.
Wait, he
Bro.
wait, did he just knife someone and get a kill with his gun?
Dude, I don't know what the fuck I just saw. Holy shit,
Two different
dude.
points.
So
No,
Two
I'm not.
different points.
This
Let me
is a
guess.
moral
And you're using the
issue.
word concentration camp. Tim, you're using the word concentration camp. So you're one of those people that's like, Trump is Hitler. Again, your dumbass party has watered down the name Hitler. The name Hitler isn't even strong anymore. Because you know what? You compare him to Trump, people go, oh, if Hitler's like Trump, then he's not bad. Stop saying that, guys. That's stupid rhetoric. Concentration camp. You're an illegal gang member. Get the fuck out of my country. Period. You don't belong here. You have
Okay.
deportation orders.
Two incidents of
But I think it's more about
they're beginning to marshal their so-called resistance in a better way, because Trump's giving them a lot of opportunity to do that.
Yeah,
At what point politically do you start feeling
Your
twitchy
drone has found a bomb.
if the tariff war doesn't work how Trump intends it to?
First of all, where did this guy come from? No, with all due respect, this is an idiotic thing to do. And it's proving that the Democrat Party has no play. They don't know what to do right now because Trump is winning on everything.
10 seconds to
He's
go.
strategizing how to fix the economy that Joe Biden drove not only into a ditch
5
but off
seconds
a
to go.
cliff. And this is why the American people were suffering.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Whoa. Got him, dog.
Damn, bro, you got fucking Master Chief. How long have you had that?
I think I got him like a couple days ago.
What's the score?
Nice.
Oh, man.
Oh, did you lose?
It's tired now.
Who are we facing? Oh. Surprised if we lost.
Throwing Selma, get ready for the briefing.
I'll play Baldur's Gate after this.
Down to one friendly.
Yeah.
And it sounds to me like this is a political move to try to put him in good graces with the AOC crowd and the very, very far left radical crowd ahead of another election. This is ridiculous. The American people were sick of the previous attempts of impeaching President Trump before. They don't want to see this again. And I'm embarrassed for this gentleman. I'm embarrassed for that congressman that he's doing that he's fallen to that level to try to impeach President Trump in his first 100 days as he tries to save us from the serious missteps of Joe Biden and that administration that almost broke the backs of every American in this country. What about the fentanyl that's no longer pouring across the border? What about the lives that are saved there? What about a president who's trying to end
He's
a
got
war
the
that's
gold
killing
fucking melon shooter. That's
tens of thousands of people and costing
Oh,
all kinds
fucking
of our
rainbow.
treasure over in Ukraine?
Lame.
What about that? No,
I
he's
hate
trying to
when people do
concentrate on
that.
something
This
to
looks
make
so
people all of a
stupid.
sudden know who he is so that he can raise
So it's
money
gun, right?
and run for re-election.
Yeah,
I find it despicable. I really do.
Congressman, you're despicable.
I'm sure it looks better on your screen because your game probably looks better than mine, just because my settings are low. Because this fucking shit will explode.
That's just what.
No, the action
you know,
is despicable. I
Imagine if
don't
this
know
get
this
reverse
congressman.
swept, that'd be
I find
insane.
his actions despicable and
Need to locate
political.
a
Is this the-
bomb.
Rather than
This is the
going
beginning
to
of the
work
series with
every
them?
day and
No,
fighting
it's
for the
game
American
6.
people in his district,
Oh,
he's
fuck.
trying to
Yeah.
thwart President
Oh,
Trump
and we're up?
as President Trump
3-2,
works
yeah.
very hard to try
Oh,
to save this
yeah, we're
country and
definitely
get us
gonna
on
lose.
the right track.
Okay, Congressman, you're
That's
doing
just how we
despicable
play,
things.
dude. We
Well, look, he's
Fucking
failed on
win
economy.
up until the last
you know,
game.
world,
he hasn't.
our relationship with our allies.
And you said it's tied?
Yeah, I think they just tied it 2-2.
somebody's gonna do something stupid. Otto's gonna get a power play, and then that's it.
Or they're gonna get a power play and then someone's gonna do something stupid.
Or yeah, or that too. Yeah.
Both.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Nice, dude.
I'm rushing this shit. Oh,
Swapping.
go over there.
Drone up and running.
Smoke is down. Got the shotgun. Yeah, he's over there. To the right. He went back in that room over there. Yeah. Oh,
He's
I
upstairs,
guess-
dude.
yeah.
Half of his shots went into the fucking ceiling. Still
You know,
kills me.
he
He's not failed on the
has.
economy.
Unimpeachable.
You know, look, he said on day. I understand, but on day one, he said he's going to fix Ukraine war. He hasn't done that in 100 days. You know, nothing that he said he's going to do he has done.
If we win this
And,
series, is
you know,
that are we going to the
The economy
semifinals?
is
Or?
in
Yeah, I think
terrible
this is the
shape.
first one.
His
So I
tariffs
assume
are
there's two series
totally
after this before the Stanley Cup, I think.
unproductive.
I don't know.
And our industry, I represent Detroit, Michigan. The auto industry is hurting.
But you're
auto workers
kissed.
are losing their jobs. Auto
He's
factories
gonna
in
save
America
the
are
auto
closing.
industry.
Look, this he hasn't thought this through. When you impose tariffs, you gotta be ready to have manufacturing happening in America. You know, I agree that more manufacturing needs to happen in America, but it
Let's
doesn't
play a
happen
sport
just because
for a
he
living.
raises tariffs
All
on
friendlies
foreign
have been
countries.
eliminated.
You need to
Let's
invest
slide.
in manufacturing.
Not only do they get paid for it, but they don't have to pay for their hotels, dude. And their plane rides. Is that not fucking insane? Imagine you're a millionaire and you don't have to pay for your fucking hotel.
Did you hear about that new MLB player that's getting signed? The Blue Jays, and he's getting like
The black guy?
something like 800. Yeah, he's getting like 500 million for like
Yeah.
12 years or some
Yeah.
shit, dude. Just like, oh,
I don't know, like, is he that good? I don't even think he's like that crazy.
bro, I don't think that good.
I think he's just because
They
he's
need to
someone's
locate a
son.
bomb.
And I don't know,
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
Hey. You.
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and
I had fired 5 shots and none of them hit his head. That's how unlucky I am. I was like 5 feet away from him.
Wait, hold on. Stand still. Turn around.
I need to get that shit, dude.
Just kill.
Yeah.
You just got banned for a day. Got somebody up
Diffuser
here.
is no longer
And we killed him.
one friendly operator remaining.
Let's go. Wow. So I said he had some good accuracy.
Oh.
You want to go on thing now?
Yeah, if they win, who are they gonna face?
I don't follow that shit at all. I'll be back. Yeah, where did half of them go? That's my question.
Manufacturing. This is a process that takes tens of years to get this done. And
Okay,
there is
let me
no
bring in.
plan.
All right, let me bring in.
Is this a congressman out of Michigan? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I represent.
And you're not
probably
for
represent Detroit.
President Trump. You're not for the tariffs that are going to single-handedly save the American auto industry. Good luck. Good luck getting reelected.
Look, our car prices are going to go up. Domestic cars are going to be more expensive. Foreign cars are going to be more expensive. People won't be able to afford buy a car.
The American middle class
Yeah,
is going to be
all
bolstered
right.
and is going to come back alive, and they're going to be able to afford to buy things. And this is, you know, we talked about this last time around. The American middle class was practically gone when President Trump stepped foot 100 days into the Oval Office. Give him a little bit of a chance, or 100 days is a lot to turn around Joe Biden, who, as I said, destroyed the American economy and continued to destroy manufacturing.
All right, Cheng.
Yeah, so first of all, the propaganda is getting tiresome. Trump has done a brilliant job. You can't find one thing to criticize him over. And, you know, and Joe Biden had destroyed the economy. It was record low unemployment. So you're being preposterous. No one believes you. Everyone realizes it was the tariffs. They had a perfectly good economy handed to him, and and at this point has shattered it to pieces. So I'm getting sick of the propaganda. I'm also getting sick of the, you know, with all due respect, this is idiotic. That's not all due respect. So I'm not sure you have good command of the English language. Okay, all right, then don't say all due respect. Second of all, you're lecturing people about how to get elected. Carrie, let's be honest. Let's be honest, Carrie. You and I are not in a position to lecture people on how to get elected, okay? You haven't won a lot of elections, neither have I, okay? So at least I've helped in winning elections.
They pulled their goalie.
Light on my feet.
Shot a puck down from the other end, but we missed it by like an inch.
And away I go.
We got called for. I've seen.
Looks about.
What the fuck is he doing, man? Oh my god, dude. Well, go over there. This fucking dumb whore, dude.
Waypoint. Okay, we got another goal.
Damn dog, she's sideways.
Who's sideways?
Something good here, I hope.
Oh no, she's not anymore. What the fuck? Where'd you go?
Just in front of you.
Maybe I need more pocket.
The names of settlements are crossed out. Breachstone, Sinkhole, Salson, Lolth, Old Kell, Demons.
The hell is that thing?
She sneaks back.
I'm not sure you have. So, and the brother over here in Michigan has actually won an election, but we're conflating two different things, okay? Number one, we're talking about the polling. Look, Trump's down and hurt. It doesn't matter how much you guys spin it. We're going to have that play out. But that's not related to impeachment. Whether he's popular or not has nothing to do with impeachment. So I don't even know why the congressman brought that up, to be honest. And I think that this impeachment thing is way too premature. What, are you going to get enough Republicans on board? There's no way you are, right? On the other hand, are there actual good grounds for it? There are. You're just not going to be able to execute it. The grounds for impeachment are doing things that are illegal or unconstitutional. Has he subverted the will of Congress? Many, many times. They appropriated money, he refused to spend it. Or he's spending money that they didn't appropriate. Or he's taking powers like the power to tear that Congress has, or the power to declare war that Congress has. I know that last one every president abuses. But we have massive violations of the Constitution here. The Supreme Court says bring this guy back, Abrego Garcia. Not only that, there was a clear do not deport order, and he violates that order and then admits that it was a mistake, and he still won't bring him back. The problem there isn't immigration, it's due process, which is the cornerstone of Western civilization. And others. Look, we can go back and blame others.
Okay, but look, I met Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama piped up about this immigration stuff on text, and I replied to her, and my replies had gazillions of retweets, because all I said was, as far as I'm aware, her own husband deported over 3 million people in 8 years. And no one can persuade me that all of those were done with perfect due process. Right? But I don't remember anything like the cacophony of outrage from the left when that was going down. And Obama, I've said this before many times, he was the deporter-in-chief, was his nickname in Mexico. He couldn't get people out of the country fast enough. Why was it fine for Obama? And why do liberals just try and pretend that never happened? And why is it so evil when Trump throws out a lot of people that I would imagine most Americans totally agree with? Yes, there are some. Garcia may well be one or not. We don't really know yet whether he was in this gang or not. If he was, then he deserves to be in the El Salvador hellhole. If he isn't and he's innocent, he deserves to come back. But let's not pretend that most of the people that Trump is kicking out were not on the deportation list already and probably deserve to be thrown out.
Yeah. So here's the beautiful thing about me is that I'm consistent on all these things. So when Obama did that, I criticized them. And in fact, when Obama killed Anwar al-Awlaki without due process, I was all over him. That was outrageous. It was and arguably worse than anything Trump has done. And that's where mainstream media loses all their credibility, and Democratic politicians lose their credibility when they're not even-handed. So that was totally unacceptable. But that doesn't make what Trump is doing acceptable. And Trump has he gone further than Obama in terms of turning people back at the border? When you turn people back at the border, as Trump is doing now and Obama did, that is not unconstitutional. But has he gone further? Yes. Did Obama ignore court orders? No. Did he say we should send American citizens to a foreign country like El Salvador? No. Did Obama say that he'd run for a third term, which is deeply unconstitutional? No. Did Obama kidnap people off the streets of America for criticizing Israel and arrest and deport them? No.
All right, well, hang on. Let me add some.
By the way,
hang on. Let me add
tons of right-wingers who agree with me.
Let me
Tucker
add some.
Carlson agrees.
Let me add some. Let me add some things.
Let me. Bro, it just landed on top of my head. Just fucking killed me.
That's some Omega Gate shit right there. Bro, fuck this fucking cunt, dude. God, she's useless.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Nice, just do all the damage ever. Do I run away or do I try to revive one of you? Well, I think if I revive you, I'll just get hit.
Actually avoid that. I don't know if we go any further.
Time to get going.
Jump it.
Something feels off about this tree. Moving ahead.
How many fucking times are we gonna have to fight that after it regens its health?
I honestly don't know. What is it doing?
So yeah, this is fake. We have to fucking skip an entire turn so this fucking piece of shit can come out. Are those guys bad up there? I assume.
Wait, where?
Up top.
Oh yeah, they're bad. They're definitely bad.
Bitch is about to die soon anyway.
Wait, what? Are they attacking each other?
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna hit the guy up there until he's dead. Like these two aggro each other. Wow, that thing does so much damage to those birds.
That thing just jumped like fucking 100 feet.
Yeah. Nice. How about you
Oh
go
my
up there?
God.
How about you go help your buddy out, you fucking piece of shit?
My God.
I still don't know what creates sorcery points and create spell slot is. I really don't know what that is. That shit is so dumb. Doesn't even make sense.
Damn, you missed something the size of a boulder.
This chick is the most useless piece of shit I've ever seen.
What should I do? Should I kill the bird thing, or should I leave that alive? 'Cause that's,
Well,
I don't know if it's gonna attack us or.
I think hit the big thing to see if it burrows again.
Alright.
So I think around like what 70 speed, it goes away maybe. I love how he can actually hit me from up there. It's pretty lit. And I can't use it.
I'm sleeping. I'm knocked out.
I can't use anything.
Best be on my way.
Oh, fuck.
Nice. Oh my god, what the fuck are we playing?
Okay, so that thing's gonna burrow.
Add some things to your list. Did Obama campaign in 08-09 on a ticket of closing Guantanamo Bay because it was an illegal torture chamber and he was a lawyer? Yes. Is it still open? Yes. Did he deport more people pro rata than any president in history? Yes. Did he drop more bombs in a calendar year outside of World War II than America's ever dropped in a year ever? Yes. You know, did he run illegal drone programs that killed innocent people at weddings? Yes. In other words, you know, there are lots of things on Obama's watch, which are, yeah, right. So my point is, you've got to look at these things in totality. If I was in America, which I'm not, but I'm a proud, you know, visa holder, and I have a home in America, I look at the success on the southern border as
the bird thing still there, or is it dead?
Stunning, and yet the amount of coverage it's getting is almost nothing. And it says to me that the media remains.
But whose fault is that, Pierce?
Well, it's the mainstream. To me, it's the mainstream media. Well, let me bring in Batia here. Batia, this seems to me that the mainstream media.
No, hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer it real quick. So, look, in terms of the criticism of mainstream media that's hypocritical, I just pointed it out. But it's not mainstream media that did this. To Trump, if he just focused on closing the border, right now might be at 55% approval rating, or really high. I mentioned that right in the beginning. But instead, he bungled it because he's a serial bungler. And he keeps testing the limits of his power because he's authoritarian by nature. He didn't have to do those 4 or 5 unconstitutional things that I just listed. He did it on purpose. He's the one punching himself in the face. So don't blame media for that. That was all Trump.
All right, except that Batia, what I would say is, all right, well, Tim, I will come to you in a moment. Let Batia just respond to that first.
We're out of short rest.
All of these marginal cases, when you actually look into them, turn out to be not so marginal. You know, Kilmar Garcia did not have an order not to deport him. He had an order not to deport him to El Salvador, so they sent him to the wrong country. But this person is a wife beater and a gangbanger and a human trafficker. He should have been deported to another country. We were let down as Americans because he got a lot of due process and they just didn't follow through because the immigration courts are deeply flawed. You look at these people who were picked up for supposedly...
Chin up. I'll wager they'll come back as soon as we move away from here.
This thing basically just fucking away my magic, dude.
Of course I am. You're not going to be undone by a flower, are you?
Yes, it does.
Chill runs through you. Your magic, the fire that burns within, is
Got more
fading.
enemies than
Your magic erupts, violent and powerful, but is snuffed out by the Susa flower, vanishing like embers in the wind.
Something's wrong. Your mana betrays you. What curse has this plant wrought? Then gather your wits. Swift and lethal.
I won't give in.
Dude, are you fucking serious?
Breathing faster.
Holy
I need healing.
fucking shit, man. God, that was egregious.
Criticizing Israel, they both, the two that are in the news a lot, belong to a group called Columbia University Apartheid Divest, which put out literature 100% supporting Hamas and the October 7th attack. That is a violation of a green card. We would never have given somebody a visa who said, I'm going to belong to a group that's going to put out literature in support of Hamas. The two children who allegedly are American citizens who were deported, they were not deported. Their mothers were deported, and because their mothers are not sociopaths, They chose to take their children with them rather than calling up and finding someone else to take their 2-year-old children. So all of these supposedly liminal cases are actually nothing of the sort. There has been no constitutional crisis. This congressman seems to think that having bad polling numbers is an impeachable offense, is somehow a high crime and misdemeanor. It is utterly laughable, and it's because the Democrats have no agenda. Donald Trump is running to the left of them on economics and to the left of them on fighting wars and being anti-war and trying to get us out of different things and trying to settle wars. And he is a social moderate. He's not even conservative. There is not a single value that the Democrats hold that they are not willing to immediately abandon if Donald Trump starts to defend it. It was the Democrats who thought that we had to control the border to protect working class wages. And now all you see is Democrats out there demanding free trade and demanding more access to China. You see Democrats literally sharing Chinese propaganda because it's against Trump. They have chosen China over their own working class voters. And Congressman, I'm sorry, but the UAW and the Teamsters have both endorsed the tariffs. You're in a lot of trouble in Michigan.
Yeah, well, look, auto factories are being closed. Auto workers are losing jobs. Look, the unconstitutional things. This president tried to the pump and dump scheme. Remember the memes that he profited from, personally profited from. Remember that freedom of speech, the lawyers who had fought against him, he intimidated those, and then.
But what about but Congressman, what about the sustained lawfare that was waged against Trump by the left? And by the way, one of the most self-harming acts of lawfare ever waged, because all it did was make Trump more popular and ended up getting him re-elected. So it was cretinously stupid to do it, but there can be no doubt that the left conspired collectively to try and take Trump down, put him in prison. You have people shooting him, literally, trying to kill him. And all of this led to Trump being in the White House. The Democrats have got their own backyard to clean up first before they start issuing any kind of, well, you know, isn't this all terrible? When the way you treated Trump, many would argue, was despicable. Let me bring in Tim.
I have a favor to ask of this congressman, and excuse me, I hope Jen joins me in this. Congressman, will you file articles of impeachment against Barack Obama for the extrajudicial assassination of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki?
I was not a member of Congress then.
Sergey's been walking around this whole time with some sort of
I
magic bomb in his chest. I'm not normally one to begrudge someone their secrets, but that's something I should know.
What path lies before me? What's in here?
We'll have to wait. I can't talk right now.
Can we bring Karlak with us instead of this retard?
Yeah, sure. Go back to the camp.
Do I have to go see Karlak or the other chick?
You gotta go to Goblin Lady and tell her to stay.
Speak. Chook, you believe you can survive without me? As you say, do not keep me waiting.
Why are we slowing down? Let's go, go, go. Well, well, well.
Alright, let's level it up. didn't get to choose a single ability to upgrade. Do you know how to enrage her?
Yeah, it's one of her powers. It's just called Rage.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, wait.
You carry a Githyanki relic. I will have an explanation. Or your head.
Walk away. Now. I won't warn you again.
That artifact is an heirloom of my people. Likely she spilled Githyanki blood in order to steal it. This cannot stand.
Heirloom? Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it. You hear that, Lae'zel? It's called common sense.
Tisk. You seek reason in dishonor. The bad blood must be purged. A jewel, come first light.
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it. Get some rest, Lae'zel. You'll need it. You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are. You chose this.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
What should I do though?
Well, definitely not number 3.
You care if the goblin chick dies?
No.
I don't care either. Alright, let me just save here in case I don't like the outcome, but I think I'm just gonna let her kill her. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Oh damn, the fucking sidekick.
Take this slain foe as a gift, blessed Nightsinger. Usher her into your darkness.
Torture her after that.
You know,
I guess you got what you wanted.
You know, other than Shadowheart, which I don't want her to die. The only other obviously Karlach I haven't really seen, so I can't put her into this either. Fucking this guy over here, Asterion, is my favorite out of Gale and the chick that just died by far. I fucking hated her. And then playing with her made it even worse.
Huh. So, that's what people mean when they talk about butterflies in their stomach. Did you want something?
And she's completely unbothered.
What happened was my dagger finding the back of her throat. Are you looking for the lurid details? Plumbing for guilt is pointless. I did what I must. I won't regret defending myself. There's nothing more to it.
Oh, okay.
Very serious of you. But go ahead. It's strange. I've been dwelling on what I told.
That's that, I guess.
She was sleeping.
I guess she
but
was
in
defending.
self-defense. Was it though? She was basically asleep, right?
Open up.
Well, alright. Take all this shit, dude.
I wonder what this looks like on me.
Fucking cross-dresser.
If I can even put it on.
Off the clothes.
Wait, I can't even put it on? Okay, I guess not. Damn, dog, they took her clothes off. Yeah, man, if she got her nose job, she'd probably be kind of nice.
Dead. Good chest.
Yo, this fucking game has better Predator dreads than the new Predator. It's pretty lit. Doggy. Should be able to bring the dog with us.
Get fucking killed in the combat though.
Oh, so every camp we have, there's the magic mirror?
Yep.
Have you ever seen a place sell sheep's milk?
Never seen that. Did we already rest up? Yeah, we did.
No,
Our dead bodies back there.
Oh shit, I didn't even notice. Hey man, it seems to be always women that die at camp, so it's interesting.
So like heavy.
Where's the weight thing shown? Oh.
It's like when you go to your inventory.
So does it have to be past 150 for it to be for you to be slowed down, or it just has to be in the yellow? Or I kind of want to go sell some shit to someone.
Hard I left. Nice, dude.
Where'd my clothing go? I don't even know. Can I change the color of these ropes?
Probably, but I don't know how.
So, hey, we've got this soul coin, right? Thing is, I think I can use it. My engine can, anyway. Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she wanted me to go after an especially wicked target. Nah, it'll be fine.
Should I choose this one?
Well, it's not the kind of thing I'd like to squander, see? A soul coin is a person, in a way. A lost person, mind. But something that can be put to a really good use. Fuck yes. Now I just need something to sink my teeth into.
Can't move. Nice.
Fuck is that? Wow, she lost 12 HP. What the fuck?
You look happy, Shadowheart. Like a night orchid in bloom.
You must be imagining it.
It's all over your face.
It must be all the fresh air since the...
Was swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sing many voices. The harmony of an entire collective.
What are these things?
Sovereign, he has come. He is here.
The choir fades. A single melody rises above the others, brassy and commanding.
I am sovereign.
Yeah, I have
You see
seen.
a vision.
I have seen the
Your lifeless body
constitutional
wrapped in
illegal
fungal
activities of Donald
tendrils.
Trump, and
The
those are the
sovereign
ones that
is threatening you.
State your purpose.
Detect a distinct quiver in every note. These creatures have experienced recent tragedy. The parasite is quiet. You feel no bond with the creature. Fungal roots weave through your mind, seeking your true intent. Then the sovereign drones a new melody, cautious but welcoming.
Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The persistent music coaxes you forward. The sovereign expects you.
Let's march!
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Keeping the old turnip.
Another step forward. is the creature doing to those corpses?
The Sovereign's thick fingers stroke the corpse at its feet. A droning melody greets you as the creature turns its gaze to you.
Flesh talker, I show you a memory. Watch and listen.
A violent vision grips you. Dwergar, dark dwarves chopping Myconid remains.
They broke our peace. They killed our young.
The Sovereign's song slows to the pace of a dirge. It is still in mourning.
We laid waste to many, but intruders remain. Lakewood.
The Sovereign's song halts as it measures your worth.
I sense your resolve. You will find Dwergar invaders near Lake's Edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them.
Dwergar invaders. We can manage that. Better than picking this fight, surely.
We breathe life into our enemy's flesh. The dead make a fine host for my growing children.
If I die down here, destroy my corpse.
You may not. The spores hear only the circle. They dance to no other harmony.
The Sovereign gifts you one more vision. A wall of vines parting to reveal glowing light.
Riches of magic and mind. Cleanse the rot, and they are yours. You do the circle a service. We will await word.
Damn it all.
No peace.
We can talk. Don't.
Her condition is familiar. Poison, derived from a wild weed common to the...
On your
That I am holding him responsible for.
Nobody cared when
he-
Obama murdered American citizens, especially a 16-year-old
Obama is
kid
not-
who was not a target.
Obama is
who had
not the
civilian
president right now. Is Donald Trump is the president. Is the people are hurting. He is the one who is grabbing power. He is the one who's taking power away from Congress and the funds that Congress has appropriated.
Blood's on
He is
fire.
not releasing those funds. He's putting a hold on that. He's the one that illegally put a Doge and a
was under the protection of the
unelected,
Myconid Circle.
unconfirmed
They will
Elon
see
Musk
you
in
on
charge of
special
it.
government employees
He's the
out.
one. He's the one who threw out and.
Oh, fuck.
Oh wait, it doesn't add them together? I thought
It is not for you to judge the circle.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm reloading.
112 HP. Nice.
Nah, we're not dealing with that. fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Oh, fuck's sake, do I gotta do this over? Get the fucking dialogue done.
Here we go.
What is the creature doing to them? The Sovereign's thick fingers.
Don't.
Her condition is familiar. Poison, derived from a wild weed common to the Underdark.
Why are you helping me? I thank you for your help, but I gotta get moving. Oh, it hurts. Girls' garters. Oh, I don't have time for this. My kid. I owe you, sure enough. But I've nothing to give. If you were to free my kin, we can pay. We're Ironhand Clan, best artificers in Baldur's Gate. We were on an expedition down here when the Dwergar snatched us up. I got away, but not the others. The Greys have them digging out some old ruin across the lake. Thank you. But here, I'll mark where I may...
Fuck off.
Shadowheart versus Lae'zel. Can't believe old Mysteria defeated a Githyanki warrior. I've underestimated her. Won't make that mistake again. I'll miss Lae'zel. But I guess it was never going to work with that artifact on the line. May she rest in, well, something more exciting than peace. She deserves that much. The year, 10 Air. The place, sleepy little town called Baldur's Gate. Our hero, Karlach, a knock-kneed delinquent from the outer city with everything to give and nothing to lose. I was a kid looking for a way to fill my days and make some cash when I fell into the wrong crowd. Through the jigs and the reels, he made a deal with Zariel behind my back. You know Zariel, right? Archdevil of Avernus. She put this thing in my chest and set me to work. Well, to war. I learned quick how to stay alive. And the engine served me when it came to killing devils. 10 years
So you
of
want
that.
to sell shit, right?
The stories I could tell.
Guys selling stuff. Buy some stuff too.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
A unelected, unconfirmed Elon Musk in charge
Well, the
of
special
it.
government employee was
He's the
allowed.
one. He's the one who threw out that reporter from AP, from White House.
The scholar's brow tenses.
trample.
His voice spills into your skull, the spores connecting mind to mind.
Blurg, proud member of the Society of Brilliance, at your service. perhaps not. Your mind is far more complex than that of the fungi. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very well. Perhaps Ammonium is right. I should get a mask.
This place is like Felucia.
Lucia?
Huh?
Damask and Torchstalks. Hell of a combination.
Which place is
Get
Felucia?
confused by one, but
Episode
not by the
3,
other.
and it's in Clone Wars, about, I think.
Oh, yeah. Like the four-armed Jedi thing. About the episode.
I don't know if that's Felucia specifically, but it basically looks like.
Talker. Far you've come. Reach into memory. Tell me of home.
It shudders, twisted by your brutal honesty. It reveals its own home in reply. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses.
Dwegar destroyed my people. I am a sovereign with no circle. This circle does not welcome me.
How much do you think this thing weighs?
I've heard the song. You mean
Probably like 700 pounds or something, 600 pounds. That head probably weighs 100 pounds. Easily.
It's all mushroom dog.
On the freedom of speech of the press.
You're right. I should get permanent access to the White House. Otherwise, my free speech is being violated. So I'm going to go to the White House right now and insist that I'm much more well known than that reporter is. So it's a clear violation of 1A if they don't give me a pass, right?
Well, he's used his power, his position to intimidate media. He's used that to.
So is Obama. This is ridiculous. When Anwar al-Awlaki was assassinated, extrajudicial assassination, and his 16-year-old son by Obama, the Democrats defended this and they said he should have had a better father. No one cared.
Joining us.
Nobody cared. I know Jen cared. I know he's talked about it. I'm mad about it too. So now when you
Big
come out and
gut's
say Trump's
700
going to be
pounds.
impeached because he's doing things that are unpopular,
he
I'm
looked
personally
bigger than
offended.
It's not
because
unpopular.
the
It's
president
illegal.
murdered
Illegal
Americans.
and
No one did
unconstitutional.
it. And you
It
could
is-
right now file those impeachment articles. We could get a criminal hearing and a conviction of Barack Obama for the murder of a
He's on our side
16-year-old. The 16-year-old Abdurrahman
Yeah,
al-Awlaki
so
was not a combatant. He was at a civilian
apparently
restaurant in
he's
a
gonna-
country we are not at war with.
we fight
And why
people,
won't anyone do
we
anything
kill
about it?
somebody,
I'll
he
throw a
can
cherry on top.
revive them
Donald
and
Trump
turn
in his
them
first
to our
term,
side or
when he
whatever.
first gets elected, he ordered a commando raid in Yemen,
Pretty
which
useful to me.
reportedly killed a 7-year-old American girl as well. We don't have the same evidence on that one. I want that criminally investigated as well. How about you pursue those cases? But you know what? You won't. Because when it comes to bloviating nonsense pertaining to the economy or what Trump may or may not be doing, no one ever goes after the war machine. No one ever tries to target the extrajudicial authorities of the
fuck is he
executive
going
branch
up there
and their
for?
unilateral authority to declare war. There's never been a war declared since World War II, and you're not going to do anything about it. No one will.
Look, this president has personally gained through the meme coins. This president has personally gained through the deals that he forced and intimidated.
Well, do you believe? Okay,
those
but let me
law
ask you then, Congressman. Do you believe that Joe Biden personally gained from what his son was up to in Ukraine, working for energy companies for which he had zero experience, and is now has now given backdated pardons to all his family to protect any proper, legitimate legal investigations of what they may or may not have been doing with countries like Ukraine and China. And there's a widespread belief they're all putting money in their pockets.
Well, I'm just here as a member of Congress. You know,
Yeah, but it seems to me, with respect though, it just seems to me you are so blinded by totality of hatred to Trump and everything to do with it that you can't see the wood for the trees. You can't praise him for anything. And actually, you're not interested in any crimes committed by Democrat presidents. You're not interested in any money guzzling behavior by the previous incumbent of the White House. All you care about is Trump. And it would have been a little bit more intellectually honest if you had cared a little bit more about what your own party were doing, because they've been up to a lot of no good for quite some time.
Well, look, I had 12 in-person town halls in the last 40 days. I've talked with hundreds and thousands of people all across America, and people.
This fucking thing again, dude.
What about now? Donald Trump is the president today. He's the president for the last 100 days. His
fuck is it? Like, it's not even
unconstitutional
fucking out.
activities is what we are talking about here, and that's what my impeachment action is all about.
All right.
So that's why I'm here.
This is just a way to
Can I
raise
defend
money.
the congressman a little bit?
This is just an attempt
So
to
look,
raise
guys,
money for this
you're all going to whataboutisms here, and I can understand why, because Trump's in bad shape. So you're going back to Obama. Look, I agree with Tim on the Anwar al-Awlaki. I'm the guy who brought it up. I wonder if Tim agrees with me on cutting the Pentagon, because Tim, you and I agreed on cutting the Pentagon when I was on his show, and now all of a sudden they're not cutting. They're adding $150 billion. So they're frauds, right? Let's be honest about that, right? So, but we're going to whataboutisms here.
Nice.
We can go back to Grover Cleveland if you guys like, right? We can go back to James Polk if you guys like. But you're trying to distract from what's happening with Trump. I'm perfectly willing to criticize all the other Democrats in the past for all the things that they've done wrong. But right now, we got to rescue the country. And so at this point, there's two different problems. One is that Trump keeps doing things that are unconstitutional. And to your earlier point, Piers, that is not what people voted for. In fact, the reason Trump disavowed Project 2025 is because he was really unpopular. Now that he's actually doing Project 2025, yeah, it's really unpopular.
But what about
That's
this,
not
Cheng?
what
about
people
this,
wanted.
Cheng?
They just wanted.
But Cheng, but what about this? Look, I saw what Caroline Levitt said in her statement about 100 days. In his first 100 days, Donald Trump's delivered on hundreds of promises and already accomplished his two most important campaign goals. The border is secure and inflation is ending. The next 100 days will consist of trade deals, peace deals, and tax cuts. More American greatness on its way. Now, putting aside any partisan kind of flavor to all this, and putting aside that clearly right now things look quite bad for Trump, I could easily see a situation in 100 days' time, maybe not quite as quick as that, but certainly not far off it, where he might well have got a number of advantageous trade deals done, including China, where he could have forged peace in Ukraine, bringing an end to that war, and might well have done the same in Gaza, in which case he would be odds on to win the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, this is not, in other words, it's all very turbulent, it's all very chaotic, but I could absolutely see a pathway to that all happening in the next few months. It could happen.
What if he
Yeah,
suddenly
and
turns into
what
an
if he
angel?
turned into Santa Claus?
Well,
Yeah, what if he turned into
which
Santa
part of that
Claus
you
and
think
started
may not
giving out
happen?
presents to everybody?
Yeah, but check, which part of that may
I
not
think
happen?
all of it might not happen. In fact, Piers, I think absolutely none of that is going to happen. That's why Full Rebellion Pack is a left-wing populist alternative. Real
See if they can
economic
revive the
populism.
thing
You
again.
should go check out rebellionpack.com because we've got guys like Ro Khanna, Richard Ojeda, and other people who are actual populists who are going to do the things that Trump promised on the economic end and has not delivered. So, Piers, could he do one or two trade deals and then call it a day and pretend that he got a victory? He could, but it wasn't a victory. And he keeps these tariffs on
Right,
with
dude, we're
China and
set.
others. Soon we're going to have empty shelves, and all of this bloviating is going to be totally irrelevant.
Jeez, the heel,
Because
right?
once those empty shelves hit or the higher prices hit, I mean, we had the stock market downturn. That's not even the big problem. That's already, he's already hit an iceberg.
any
But
potions to
actually,
get
that's the
rid of?
tip. The actual iceberg is the American people. And when their prices start going up and when they start seeing empty shelves, they're going to be furious because it's the exact opposite of what they voted for. And then you guys can come on here and start talking
Well,
about
listen,
Chester
I'm definitely
Arthur,
going to get
but
everybody
it ain't
back.
going to make a difference.
Don't worry, I'm going to get everybody back in 100 days because I've got an
that
I got a
Cenk- I love
feeling
that-
it won't play out how you think, Chem. I may be wrong. Carrie,
I love
mean,
the
look,
fact that Cenk calls what he does all day bloviating. I agree, and I think if we pulled that, most of America would agree. But President Trump has to do the hard work. He's assembled an administration full of hardworking human beings. They
This thing can
sometimes
follow
they
us.
have a misstep, but they're heading in the right direction for America. It's not an easy job. He's taking a lot of criticism because people like Cenk have to bloviate all day, to use his words, and he's got to have something to talk about. And he would lose the audience he has if he started talking about how incredible this agenda has been and the rolling out of this agenda. It's not going to be perfect. We're living in a real world here, and we're having to pick up the pieces and clean up after a dismal administration that the congressman sat by and didn't do anything about. I never heard, first of all, I've never heard of this gentleman. I never heard him talk about how disastrous the economy
Are you
was
ready?
under Joe Biden. And I think it's really appalling for the people of Michigan. It is it used to be a middle-class state. It is an important state when it comes to our automaking here in America, the industry, and to hear that there is a congressman from
Where's
Michigan
the big fucking
who
thing?
is opposed to this tariff plan to bring back
this,
the manufacturing we so desperately need and the middle class needs in Michigan and all 50 states. It's pretty shocking.
We got to be ready to bring manufacturing back. Trump has done nothing to establish incentives to bring manufacturing to America. And just putting these tariffs on foreign countries just doesn't solve the problem. We are starting to see auto factories closing. We're starting to see auto prices going up. We're starting to see auto workers losing jobs. These tariffs are not good for Michigan, and these tariffs are not good for America, and these tariffs are raising American prices. This is like a Trump sales tax on consumer goods for America.
Let me bring in Batia. I mean, Batia, it's interesting to me to see a number of Trump, big supporters breaking ranks a bit on tariffs. Elon Musk clearly is very anti them. The Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy being very critical. Bill Ackman, the big billionaire investor, Ken Griffin, another billionaire investor, they've all spoken out against them as well. And we've just seen what I would think is quite a worrying moment for the Trump camp, which is what's happened in Canada, where you've got a liberal candidate who's come from, an apparent obvious defeat to seize victory by running on an anti-Trump ticket because of the way Trump spoke about Canada. I just think he's got to be careful, Donald Trump. I could absolutely see this working, but I could also see it blowing up in his face. It's a high-risk stakes that he's playing with here.
Yeah, rich people hate tariffs because they're supposed to. They are class warfare on behalf of the working class. against the elites who have pillaged America's middle class for the last 40 years. We have sold out our children's future to China, which owns just trillions of dollars of US Treasury bonds. That is not good. We get cheap crap from China, they get our children's future. Our kids are going to be paying off the interest on that debt for generations. They manufacture the PPE and the pharmaceuticals we need to fight the pandemics that come from China. They manufacture the ships we are going to need to fight China, our greatest adversary.
But I agree with you. See, I agree with you. Listen,
I know.
Yeah, but I agree with you. The question
I'm just saying, like, it was going to.
Is the tactic? Here's my question for you. Is the tactic? I don't think anyone. Hang on. I don't think anyone disagrees with the overarching narrative that Trump has laid out, which is China's been ripping off America for decades. It has. It, as you say, it owns a lot of American debt, very bad for America. All the experts in the American economy have led to an economy with $37 trillion of American debt. If that's a success, I'd hate to see a failure. You know, this is an economy that Elon Musk keeps warning is extremely perilous longer term and could easily end up with America going bankrupt. So Trump is doing radical stuff. I get it. The question is, will the way he's going about this, as many economic experts fear, will it blow up in his face and make things a lot worse? It could.
So here's the point here. No one else had the guts, the courage, or a plan for how to address this. Getting yourself weaned off of an addiction to cheap crap from China was always going to be difficult, and that is why nobody did anything about it, even though, as you say, Pierce, we all agree that this had to happen. There was no easy way to do that. There is no easy way to get countries around the world who have been fleecing us with their tariffs to suddenly decide, oh, you know what, maybe this is not okay. Maybe we should stop enriching our elite on the back of the American working class. What Trump did was, he actually, it's really amazing. There is now a 10% global tariff, which the world is actually relieved about because it came down from the heights of Liberation Day. Like, do you understand what a feat that was? That is seen as an improvement from countries that for decades have been fleecing us with their own tariffs. So this was always going to be hard.
There's fucking 3 of them right there. Holy shit.
For how to get American manufacturing back to America, and it's just nonsense that Trump hasn't done that.
Nice.
He has $1.5 trillion in manufacturing committed since the day that he took office. Nobody else was able to do that, and to do that you need a carrot and you need a stick. American corporations are not suddenly going to wake up and be like, oh, maybe having a sense of what it means to have prosperity for our entire nation is more important than our quarterly reports. That was never going to happen without a little bit of pain.
Listed downloaded
I want to wrap things by asking all of you. I want to ask all of you to give Trump a grade.
Nobody else was able to do that.
Yeah,
and
I
to
literally
do that,
just
you
died.
need a carrot and you need a stick, because American corporations are not suddenly going to wake up and be like, oh, maybe having a sense of what it means to have prosperity for our entire nation is more important than our quarterly reports. That was never going to happen without a little bit of pain.
Okay, I want to wrap things by asking all of you. I want to ask all of you to give Trump a grade. We can have A to E or an F for fail. Check. This is the 100-day grade.
You're about to get fucked, dude.
Yeah. Look, because he's so wildly unconstitutional, I want to give him an F-, but I'm fair. He did close the border, and he is taking a lot of action.
He's got a lot of
action, but at least it's something. So I'll give him a solid D.
A solid D. Back to you.
A+, but I really admire Shank, because I see you struggling to be fair, and even though I disagree with you, I admire that. I have to give him an A+. I think this has been, I never expected a president to fulfill this many campaign promises ever. Certainly not in 100
Before I ask you, Carrie, just to be clear, you can't go above an A+.
You can't do 2 pluses?
No.
I'm going to give him an A+ because he has followed through on his campaign promises. The people of this country are getting what they voted for, and they're ecstatic about it. And I believe that this congressman will really regret the day when he looks back historically and sees what an incredible, transformative President Trump will go down in history. He will be embarrassed about it. I cannot take this fake impeachment garbage seriously
Yeah, let's play
from a guy who
enlisted.
looks like he pinned a squirrel on his head. He needs to get serious
wow,
and start
wow,
fighting,
wow.
and
Go-
start
go
fighting
to,
for the people of
don't do that.
Michigan,
This is what-
and
this is
stop
what-
fighting the president who's trying to help the people of Michigan.
When you don't have a good argument, you attack personally. That's what you do. Look, this president it has done illegal, unconstitutional activities. He has ruined the economy. People having buyer's remorse about him.
Okay, give me a grade, Congressman.
I would give him an F minus.
F
for
minus.
The
Okay.
damage that he has created
And
in America.
here's a fact for you, Carrie Lake, you may want to think about. The congressman, I've just been told, is 70 years old. You look about 50. What's your secret?
Oh wait, you
Yeah,
can
well,
choose
he
your
should
army.
be-
It's about America.
He should
It's
be
about
more
America.
wise. At the age of 70, I would hope he'd be
Will we
more
be able to
wise.
play
and
together
have
Can
if
we
I
at least
choose a
agree he,
different army?
he looks the most youthful 70-year-old I think we've ever had on Uncensored. So he
I
may
don't
have a
think so,
squirrel on his
actually. I
head,
guess
not
it
my
would make
words,
sense.
yours, Miss Lake, but he looks pretty good at 70.
Army
Well,
did you
I
choose
looks
Germany?
amazing for
America to look-
70.
well, look, I want America to look good and America's economy to do better and
Neo-Nazi
American
piece
people
of
be
shit.
able to afford things
Okay.
and have a better life.
Well, the beauty of all this
Second
is I can get you all
Deutsch.
back in 100 days. We would have asked Tim Pool, but we lost him. We had a technical issue there. I'm going to think that Tim might have given him a B, I think, if he was fair. Possibly an
I don't
A,
know how
but
to
he may have
invite.
gone B.
I think he would have given him an A.
Maybe. Well, we'll find out afterwards.
gotta
And if
fucking
I
wait.
got that wrong, I'll correct it next week. But thank you all very much to my team. And we'll get you all back to talk about 200 days and 300 days.
Oh,
There
God,
are
I
only
hate this
10,000
menu,
days left
dude.
of Trump. Unless he decides to run again. So we shall see.
Oh,
we
so
shall
you
see
can
how
use
it goes.
tanks as well.
But I appreciate you all coming on. Thank you very much.
I think so.
Thank you.
I did enjoy it.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only
Okay. What? Premium account has expired. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? I gotta pay?
What do you mean?
Send the invite again.
And then I'll.
Or how did you send it? I'll send one to you.
Go to add player and then
Where the fuck is that?
bottom right, maybe?
Wait, I was expelled from the group?
So you're in the group. I don't know what that means. So you're invited. And then it says not ready.
Okay. Okay. Ready, right?
Okay.
I don't know, something came up about like premium or some shit. I'm just like, what the fuck is it talking about? Mercer. I choose my guns. Wait, so are we in the same squad or?
I think we're just on the same team. I don't know if there are squads in this, but I don't know.
Inside of a vehicle. Holy shit. Yo, this is sick. Okay, I'm in the tank.
Damn, those are shots.
Oh, that's loud, dude. Holy shit. Are we in the same game? 'Cause I don't even know. Oh, you see me in the tank?
I don't like actually see you in the tank, but I see you.
Our boys are capturing the position.
Okay, well, I'm dead.
There are people in that white and red, like the house, the White House with red outline windows. There are a bunch of them actually.
All I got is my fucking wrench, dude. I don't. Wait, is this you with the MG42?
No.
Behind you? Oh.
Sanitator! I don't know if you can ping in this game.
I don't even see you. Where?
Hold on, go into the street. Left. No, not behind you.
Oh. How do we get into the same squad?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't even know the controls. How do I switch my weapon?
You have to do that in the menu, I think.
Oh, I'm dead.
Well, I guess it. Like I'm an 8th infantry division, and then I chose round 4, so it depends on what if I want to spawn an attack. Like, you could use the MP28, that's interesting.
I don't even know how to, I don't even know how to choose my class.
Our forces are taking the control point.
Have you died yet?
I'm on the road, running towards the house. I only have a pistol, though. Now I'm dead. I don't know where to go to.
Well, it's in the menu, like when you're dead, before you spawn.
Yeah, but it spawns me so quick, like I don't.
Where it spawned you,
Yeah. Yeah, I think I see you. Yeah, I'm right behind you. Nice, dude.
I wonder which thing I have to use to get the MG42. I saw that it's only 900 RPM in this game, which is not correct.
How do you prone? Can you prone in this game?
Yeah, try circle maybe?
Oh, okay.
Our forces are in position.
Fuck off.
I don't have any.
Our team started capturing a control point.
Hey, I got a kill. Finally.
They move so fast, bro. I should have really fucking gone to a bunch of guys serving this shit. Whoa, what the fuck was that? A bed just fell through the fucking ceiling.
You're inside the house.
Our men are capturing the position.
Oh, let's go!
Like an airstrike or some shit?
Our forces are taking the control point.
I don't even know how to switch to my secondary.
I don't think there is one. I think riflemen don't have secondaries.
Are these like bots?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Which one has the MG?
I think you have to buy them.
Das war zu einfach!
Our forces are in position.
Whoa, look at that tank, dude.
It ends here for you.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Our boys are capturing the position. Excellent.
Wait, Hella Loose is on PS5, isn't it?
It's Ice Dog.
One more for me!
Wait, did you say that it's on PS5?
Yeah, it is.
Is it free?
No, it's full price.
Wait, how much?
Like $69.99.
That's where I bought it. It's like I wonder if I can find someone that has an MG42 and pick it up. don't understand this. This game says that it's the glue, but it's not the same color. Fucking 50 cal, that's sick. Wow, there's a fucking bunker that has a bunch of MG42s, but it's locked.
Started capturing a control point.
Casualties.
We lost this battle.
Pretty good. Fucking woke bullshit. I could buy guns. Holy shit, there's a lot of guns, dude.
Yeah.
I did not fucking get like an MG15. G81. FG42, dude. I've never heard of some of these guns.
An FG42, it's like a super high rate of fire, like a SMG kind of assault rifle combo.
Alright. Well, are we still in the same squad? Feel good?
Yep. Shit like it.
Good to go.
Well, I think you have to ready up.
Well.
I don't know what the silver coins do though.
Oh, is that what I've been getting? Silver coins?
Yeah, but it looks like you need gold coin. Wait, oh, what's this? Research points for Pokemon. Yeah, I don't know.
Invasion of Normandy. I can do sniper again.
Yeah, the sniper is really fun to use.
I'll interrupt when I'm bored. So take it away.
Let's go. I like it.
Like a board meeting.
Like a board meeting.
All right. Well, I guess we normally go around the table and say what did we get done this week.
This is great.
What's wrong with you?
Dude, I love that. You don't have to scream in German, dude.
Los. It's so funny. I wonder if you can like, choose it or like press a letter to talk, like say shit.
Yeah.
Yo, that is insane, dude.
Oh shit. Where is the enemy coming from? Is it the east?
Right now it's the north.
I have no idea where the fuck to go.
A lot of great work at the Treasury this week. One of the crazy things with regards to the Treasury is that
Is
when
it bullet
a
drop
payment
in this
is made
game?
and
I don't know. I think so, but I don't know for sure. Whoa! See that guy was fucking
Yeah, I saw a huge explosion.
one of the pilots just ran into the ground. Oh!
We captured the control point.
That was a
Move out to the next
I not?
Nessuna pietà!
Verdammt, bei mir ist Treppe! Lade nach!
Do you see anybody? I don't know where they are.
I think they're still north.
It's falling a little bit. Tank real quick. Whoa! I mean, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Wir müssen diesen Punkt halten! Ja, jawohl, Herr Kommandant!
Holy fuck! Oh my god, right fucking hell, dude. Serious.
Our mission is to hold our position.
I have no idea where they are.
Dude,
I go down there.
if someone had a fucking MG right now, they could get like 20 kills.
Oh, they're all in. Oh.
Yo, I just got a triple kill. Yo, I think they just spawned.
Shit, they're right there. Oh, a couple just went past. Yeah, like, holy fuck, they're all over. Oh, fuck, that sounds insane. Dude.
Oh, there's a guy behind me.
Fuck. Get away from me, though. Let's go.
Can you lean in this game on controller?
Let's see, how do I lean? Hold on.
Like if you press the analog sticks while you're leaning?
That's not working for
Am
me.
I leaning right now? Can you see me leaning?
Yeah, you are leaning. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. If it's even a thing with PC. Holy shit. Look at the tank. Look at that thing. It's like spewing lava or some shit.
Taking the position.
Oh shit, dude. Yo, drive this motorcycle. Okay, somebody else is driving. Oh no, I'm driving. Okay.
There's just one position left. Keep the pressure on. Davon kannst du noch viel mehr haben. Ihn zu töten war gar nicht so schwer. Ich brauche Deckung. Lade nach. Ja, ist das toll!
Oh.
Wait, did you get hit too?
Yeah.
In that same building that I'm in, like the circular one?
Yeah, yeah. It was right there by your feet. Alright, now I'm here. Got the dagger.
Our forces are in position.
Okay, so right
Here's the Treasury actually pay about $5 trillion per year, crazy amounts. There was formerly not a budget code on there. So if a payment was made, you didn't know actually what it was for. It could have been for anything. Yeah. There was a $4 billion COVID fund in the Department of Education. And there was no receipts required, so people could just draw down on it. And when people looked into it, this wasn't us, this was before us, they found that money was being used to rent out.
I'm gonna have to pause and make commentary, and I would like to note that
oh wait,
I don't see a lot of diversity in the room.
The silver, okay?
I have no clue.
I don't really give a shit about the tank squad, honestly. I don't. I'm good to go. I gotta say, this menu's a piece of shit, though, man. Yeah. I fucking hate it. It's just a clusterfuck. Game start?
No, I didn't know.
Okay. Shoal Gorge South. So we could switch out these squads, right?
Oh, so I think what happens is you have to earn the XP for the gun, and then you use the silver to buy the guns or something. That's how I understand this works. Oh, wait, what did you say? Say that again.
We could switch out the squads. The fuck? Where are you at?
Right beside you.
Right beside me. Oh.
Oh!
Nice.
He has a nice LMG. Oh shit, they're all in that fucking... None of those are being real.
It was not that!
Damn.
Did you see that or you died from it too?
No, I just saw that.
This guy's just camping in the corner. I just got unbelievably spawn trapped.
Caesar's Palace for parties, rent out stadiums, etc. And so the one change that Doge made Department of Education is we had the simple requirement that if you draw down money, you must first upload a receipt. That was the only change that was made. You must upload your receipt. And upon doing so, nobody drew down any money anymore.
Yes, but we didn't say that we'd check the receipt. You could send a fake receipt. You could send a picture of your dog.
Wow.
Suddenly the requests were like, oh, we don't need it anymore. Huh, that's interesting.
They were renting Caesar's Palace.
Yes, they were like basically partying on the catch ceremony.
Stadiums.
Yes.
Leasing stadiums.
Leasing stadiums.
For what?
For parties. For
parties?
Yeah.
That's a big party.
Big party.
You'd think if you were stealing, you'd start small.
You start small. But then what happens is over the years, so generally the fraud starts out small and then
small.
Year after year.
Up there in the window.
Bigger.
Let me ask a question. If you're stealing and there's this major corrupt system with very powerful people that have benefited from this for decades and decades and decades, and suddenly the richest man in the world gets involved with a lot of autistic dudes and they start exposing all the corruption, what do you think the normal course reaction would be to try to defend all the negativity you've heard about Elon Musk, all of the trying to destroy his brand, destroy his legacy, destroy his reputation, all being done by the very people that he is exposing? Makes perfect sense.
So they were literally renting out stadiums. I like him.
$1 million to rent out a stadium?
Fraud in flagrante delicto, okay? Which will give at scale.
This is driving me crazy.
Oh yeah.
When you find these things, do you guys get mad? You're like, yes, I got one. How does it make you feel?
It's it's just another day at the office.
We checked, is the Small Business Administration giving loans to dead people over the age of 120? The answer was yes, and it was around $330 million total.
So people with a birthday that could not possibly be real.
Yeah.
Meaning they're over 115 years old. The oldest living person is 114. So it's safe to say that everybody is in the system as 115 years
just by sharing a database and looking at Social Security numbers that showed that at the time of the loan, they had listed at over 115 years old. We're actually under 11. We didn't even check that. We're under 18. Under 11 years old. That's pretty good. Right? That was 660.
Woo! What does that mean? The birthday, I think in one case was like
fetuses were getting
not even. No, really sort of a. You're talking about like your great grandchildren. Like with the birthday, like I think it was like 2165. So more than a century from now was the birthday.
Someone said the Legion of Autism. Yes, if you could ever, like, I would say in this room right here, this might be the strongest concentrated group of autism you may ever find. And that is some powerful autism in this room, like next level stuff, which I can appreciate.
Yes, because your birthday is in the future, like the far future, not like next year. And we either receive a fraudulent or we have your birthday wrong.
Either a typo or someone stealing. You guys feel you're getting what the fuck? And accountability?
Oh, the reason why you owe me the pistol is because you're a tank operator.
Congressional money
Thank you.
That's the real description.
Yeah, I don't know.
Improving the marketability of peas in Guatemala
Really?
through jam. And yes.
Yeah.
So you might expect, in the private sector, a nonprofit to give 89% of their money to grantees. In the case of IAF, that was 58%. So the other half goes towards management, travel.
What we're defining exactly, I mean, to have the example is that even if you agree with supporting well, actually, most of the money never made it out of DC. It's going into the pockets of people in the neighborhood.
What percentage of the other right? So get to the destination it's supposed to.
I believe the DAO estimates, this is not our estimate, I believe it was on the order of only 10 to 15 cents in the dollar actually gets to the end recipient, whether you agree with that cause or not.
So they're just stealing the money before it even gets anywhere.
There's layers of stealing. So there's like
Right.
Subcontractor,
peeling the onion. Yeah, exactly. Contractor, subcontractor. It's like peeling an onion. And then maybe, and sometimes it's zero. Just flat, you get to the bottom of the onion, there's nothing there.
Maybe no one got a sex change in Guatemala.
It's possible that no one got a sex change in Guatemala.
I overheard a contractor tell one of her colleagues to falsify billable hours by creating a PowerPoint to mask and delay the onboarding process in front of me. And this is like hour zero at this agency. And so, I mean, this is just a common theme that you take a look at these contracts, you take a look at these grants, and it's veiled in noble rhetoric. It's at the top level. It's like, yeah, it sounds amazing. And then you actually discover what are the funds actually doing?
Well, send us a picture.
Exactly. And
the internet or get AI to generate the fix, but they don't even bother doing that.
So you caught them cold billing fraud.
Well, I caught them for advising her colleague to do this because it takes a few days to onboard. So that is being investigated right now.
Yeah, I mean, generally, like these programs, these grants are going to be like along the lines of save the baby pandas. And it's like, well, of course, we wouldn't want to save the baby pandas.
Yeah!
And in some cases they've got a show panda, which they will try out. In a lot of cases they don't even have a show panda. No panda. There's not even one panda. Because we asked for vectors, and we don't even get one panda. And it's like, well, that's a lot. What's $1 billion get you? There's not even getting one panda.
You really want to see a baby panda?
Yeah, but like the Ebola money, we're like, okay, so like we put on Ebola, it's going to Deloitte in DC. What is an accounting firm doing?
So you have squad members behind you.
Money?
What has been
NPCs that you can
the
spawn
biggest
to
resistance?
die.
Is there one agency? Is there one department that when you guys walk in, they all start fighting you, start hiding
I thought you weren't going to talk.
I'm sorry.
But I guess you can answer that question. Sure. I mean, yes, we've certainly had some battles.
Battles?
Yeah. I mean, who should talk about these?
The small agency called the it's definitely the agency that most fight at. We actually went into the agency and found that they had loaded guns inside of their headquarters. Institute for Peace.
I mean, any given company, any given organization name is going to be the opposite of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it was by far the least peaceful agency that we've worked with, ironically.
Of course.
Additionally, we found that they were spending money on things like private jets, and they even had a $130,000 contract with a former member of the Taliban.
Whoa.
We don't encounter that at most agencies.
What was the money going to the Taliban for?
So it was a contractor. They received $130,000 for generic services, and to Elon's point, there was not actually a clear description of what the contractor services were for. But
was it for opium?
Unclear.
Or nothing.
Or nothing. mission. And thanks to President Trump, he's now signed 2 executive orders to start to reduce the number of agencies in the government, and the Institute of Peace was one of them, which is why our team went into trying to understand what was
I
going
wish
on.
I let loose was free,
The
man.
way we got here
Like, this
is
is
that,
this is
and I've
fun.
said this, I'll repeat a line that I said when Donald Trump decided to run for president in 2016. I'll repeat what I said back then because there were so many people saying that Donald Trump has no business getting involved in politics. And I said, politics has always been a shit show, a dog and pony show, a cool kids club. We have a very, very low standard for our politicians, historically speaking. Bill Clinton did not become president because of his political career. Bill Clinton became president because he played a saxophone on Arsenio Hall with sunglasses, and everybody thought he was cool. A lot of people might not be old enough to remember that, but I am. Bill Clinton played a saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show with sunglasses, and everybody thought he was the coolest guy in the world. It wasn't based on policy. It was because many people said he was going to be the first black president. That is a fact. That is why Bill Clinton got elevated, all right? George W. Bush was not qualified to become the president of the United States of America. But George W. Bush had the last name Bush, and he was the kind of guy you could have a beer with. People voted for him, not because of his record. Because if you look at his record, it was a disaster. He failed at everything he ever did. Barack Obama, a community organizer, one-term senator, became the most popular president of all time at the time. Not because of his political career, not because of the things he accomplished. So when Donald Trump decided to run for president, I said, if Donald Trump decided he was going to play Batman in the next Batman movie, the fandom would reject that. But he has the ability to run for president because we have a lower standard of who can run for president in this country versus who can play Batman. We have a higher standard for who plays Batman, and that's no disrespect to Trump. Obviously, Trump is a real-life Batman, but I'm speaking in plain common sense here, that when someone is cast as Batman, fans have they go crazy when someone's cast as Batman. When someone becomes president, they're like, yeah, who cares, right? Because we don't have a standard for our politicians. And now Donald Trump, being a businessman, a career businessman with no political experience whatsoever, was able to walk into Washington and dominate it. Destroy every single career politician because they're all corrupt and none of them are actually qualified. That's how it happened. Here we go. Let's continue.
And that's when we found all of the craziness, like the weapons in their armory. We found the payments to the Taliban. Right, so just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over a terabyte of accounting records from several years. Do that, and the team, unfortunately, was able to recover that data. And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that was spent instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account, which had no congressional.
Rat Cop just says, why can't we listen to the interview? You dumb fuck. I have to give commentary. If I don't, the whole channel gets taken down. So would you rather me just let it play for 10 minutes and then get a strike on the channel and then you don't get to see any of it? Or would you rather me commentate and keep the channel alive? If you don't like it, go fucking watch it on Fox News. Shut the fuck up, get out of my chat, go fuck yourself.
Oversight, and that's what they would use to fund things like events at their headquarters and the private jets. And so I think it's a great example because most Americans don't know what's going on at a lot of these smaller agencies, and this is, I think, the most extreme case of some of the wasteful spend we're finding.
So the agencies are hiding money from you.
We lost this battle.
They're sending it to the...
Somebody says maybe he didn't know. Well, he knows now. Welcome to tough love.
The Taliban. They have loaded weapons in the department building.
At the Institute of Peace.
At the Institute of Peace.
Yeah. That's right.
So this is a cover-up when you guys roll in.
This one, yes, a cover-up.
It's a cover-up.
They did delete a vast amount of financial information. That's really the definition of a cover-up.
Isn't that illegal to delete evidence?
Yes. that is
Shred
illegal.
documents?
It is. It's certainly illegal to delete accounting records that that Congress would certainly want to know where the congressionally appropriated funds are going from taxpayers.
When you catch them going Hillary style on their computers,
The
do
halls.
you refer this to the Department of Justice?
In this case, we did refer the evidence in the accounting example to the FBI and DOJ. We were proud to do that. So yes, we did.
Resistance has shown up in some very surprising places. So, for example, the famous fork in the road email, the deferred resignation program. So this was a program where you could resign from the government, collect pay and benefits for the next 8 months. Probably the most attractive separation program ever in human history. And the resistance actually came from the outside, with people saying this is a trick. And I heard somebody refer to it as an apple with a razor blade. And no, this was just a really juicy apple, caramel dipped apple. It was that good, but people were talked out of taking it. And now what started to happen is we did have about 80,000 people take it, and now those folks who did take it are on the beach, or they've moved on to a new job, and they're still getting paid. And so now we're starting to offer Fork 2 and Fork 3, where people can see that someone's eaten this apple and it was actually really tasty and good for them.
Is Doge just getting started?
I don't like the hard cut. I wish they wouldn't do that. I know they're doing it because I don't know, something probably happened. But the hard cut right there is a little jarring, considering you were just going to sit there and just listen to them talk. Yapping Tom says, best wishes to your family. America is still winning. Is all I want, or I need to get away from my Canadian.
To drink, dude. I'm so fucking thirsty. What the fuck is tier number 1?
I don't know. I'm just gonna watch a stream, dude. Fucking eyes are hurting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to unlock guns before I waste my time.
Bullshit over here. Trump 2028 LFG, hail the 199 fellowship. Thank you, brother. Panic and Skyfaller says, there's been debate over how good the Ukraine minerals deal is for us, but getting those rare earth minerals gives us even more leverage over China because we now have more.
Another runners-up, as we alluded to, not a great showing in that final, although they were great in the winners' final. Kind of battled hard there, and then FaZe Hardpoint Woes continued that land, and they got top 6. I guess we'll start with the FaZe element of it. I want to start with you, Cap, because you know these guys pretty well. You know Chris pretty well. ATL's always been a team that's rebounded. Hardpoint was a little bit poor this stage, although the control S&D was good. You confident these guys are probably going to rebound this stage and get back to form?
Yes, but I think I'll take Vancouver in this matchup.
Whoa.
Agree.
Whoa.
Agree. Is that crazy?
Agree. No, I don't know if it's crazy. I just am surprised.
I feel like, I mean, I gave FaZe the benefit of the doubt going into the LAN. They disappointed me there. Hardpoint still looked pretty bad. And I don't understand. I don't know if we've talked about this on the show or if I've just talked about it in other conversations, but I don't understand how a team as good as FaZe, 4 players that could go through these slumps where they struggle in hardpoint. It feels like it happens like once a year.
It does.
Maybe more than that, where their hardpoint just falls off a cliff. And I don't know. It's shocking. I do think they'll get it back, but I think Vancouver is.
You can actually filter which
right now. I think they're
game modes you want to play in arcade.
Obviously, legitimate team back-to-back second places. I think they're great. I like watching them play. They got a great system. They got a lot of talent. So they're fun.
Yeah, Sam and Chili, what do you guys think about FaZe in the hardpoint situation?
Let me go ahead, Chili.
I mean, I just think their map pool is just shrinking, and then like as you look at a team like Vancouver, like when you're thinking about the maps they're gonna square up on, Hacienda, Vault, even obviously FaZe, you don't want to play FaZe on Protocol, but some of these maps. Oh yeah, true. Holy shit, FaZe just lost their best map. So that's something to note as well. So I mean, yeah, this FaZe team is gonna have to figure that out because Vancouver looks strong in pretty much every hard point, even Skyline. Shout out to them for figuring that out. I don't know what they thought. I know they were vetoing Skyline just because they were vetoing Skyline with Hixie, but then they added Nep. They're like, wait, we can play Skyline now, guys. Come on, let's play Skyline. And now they're gross on Skyline. So, yeah, I think that FaZe are going to have to either really, really practice Rewind Hardpoint and make that like a staple for them. But yeah, I think that this should be...
Eliminate as many
before I even
hostiles
think about
as you
anything else,
can.
this should be a FaZe bounce back. You were what? What were they, top 6? Yeah, top 6
have the
major.
lead.
This is a textbook, and I'm surprised Captain would say this. A textbook FaZe bounce back. Doesn't matter the maps, doesn't matter what mode, doesn't matter anything. FaZe are bouncing back, they're winning this series. Give me FaZe in 4.
Ooh, I like that. I think I'd pick a lot of FaZe bounce backs, just not against Vancouver.
Yeah,
well, maybe in the past.
Wasn't Vancouver, I would think this.
Yeah.
They always kind of had their number, like you can kind of see why. Like, this is a ratty team. It's kind of FaZe's always struggled, like as good as they are in search, like these kind of credit style teams can be strong in mode. More straight up teams that can kind of usually skill dead.
I mean, yeah, the hardpoint thing like Cap said, it tends to happen like once a season, but it was weird because online it was the Terrors, and then on LAN I think Zach had a pretty poor event, so it wasn't necessarily like an individual thing. I think just the team as a whole doesn't do good. If I do identify like one thing in the mode that I think they need to work on is holds on rotation. They suck at giving away like clutch on rotation, and I think on Hasi, when we watch it for a lot of people in chat or just there in the watch parties, like it's a really easily identifiable problem on Hasi, but it extends to their entire hardpoint map pool as well as losing protocol. So they tend to give away a lot of bloods on rotation, and I just think that whether that's product of like
How many
small talk or
fucking
just,
people
like,
around me?
how
Holy
their friends are
shit,
going
man.
into situationals where they need to be without calming kind of thing. Maybe it gets mixed up, but I'm assuming they'll fix it. They usually do. They're still an incredible hardpoint team. I think like maybe the third around the third best hardpoint team this season, so it's not like all doom and gloom. I think they just had a poor stage. But yeah, I also have Vancouver. For whatever reason, it seems to be a struggle matchup for them, even without their poor performance in the mode lately. I think Vancouver is always giving them trouble, especially with them coming off of a final. I'm going to go ahead and take Vancouver for sure, but I expect to bounce back at some point. I mean, they're not going to be bad for the rest of the year.
Fader is statistically the second team throwing left only have one. I agree with you, Sam. I didn't transition game.
Kill. Gosh. Dude, what? The fuck does he hit me from there, man? I just spawned in front of that guy. Serious, bro? Of course he's exactly where I thought he was. But I can't fucking see him. Why am I spawning in front of people? Every time I spawn there, it's always in front of someone. Dude, this guy plays like such a fucking faggot like his name.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Do you have any flies in your house?
Not at the moment.
Spawn fucking flying.
Dude. My shot is fucking nasty right now. Oh my god, that luck is horrible. Oh my god.
You have 2 minutes. You're on a streak. Hostiles are pushing.
Of course, this guy is fucking playing like a faggot every time, dude. Every time, this guy, dude. Can't even fucking beat me in a gunfight.
60 seconds left. 30
Let's
seconds.
spawn across the map. Let's go. Fucking loser.
Versus okay.
What? Did you say something? That was a good game.
Is there a bigger struggle on
shot was
Hardpoint?
disgusting.
They seem to have an idea, especially on breaks. They don't always execute it and holds what they want to do. There's those transition situations is where they get in trouble. They try to do some crazy shit and it doesn't work out and they get stuck trying to kind of odd man sort of hold some of these tougher money hills. I think they can beat Vancouver if they I think the Neslo is going to be tough, but if they can actually like own the respawns, I think it's doable. Like Rewind could potentially be an angle they go in this series just because I don't remember. Obviously, Vancouver haven't played it with their new team. They've played it once and they beat LA Thieves on it. So
Yeah, and a banger because Dan didn't rotate the P2, and then MC Miracle 3-pieced him 5 months ago.
Yeah, that's 5 months ago. So
I don't know. I think FaZe will be fine. I think the Terrors will return to form. I think Simp had an uncharacteristic stage. I think Abe's Hardpoint to your point, Ben, hasn't been great, but I mean, their search is still insane, which they were losing at the event, which is also a little bit worrying. It's not like Hardpoint was their Achilles heel. They were losing the other modes too, but I mean, it's FaZe we're talking about. I expect them to have a good stage.
You there?
Yeah.
So today I woke up at 10 and then wanted to just relax, fell asleep until 12:30, and then somehow fell asleep again and woke up at 2 something. I'm like, bro, fuck this, man. I can't relax at all without falling asleep. And then I wake up and feel like fucking shit. What's the point?
Hey Sam, don't draft Simp anymore on your fantasy team, bro.
Listen, bro, listen to me, Shelly. I'm drafting straight liners, brother. There is not a singular LAN player that is going to be on my fantasy team for the rest of stage 4. I'm drafting a straight liner squad.
The major counts too, right? The major's the playoffs.
But I haven't made a major yet, Cap.
Oh,
dude, all of my teams are good on
Anyway,
the major. I'm not taking the majors.
You're picking for the wrong category.
Did you say something?
What are you doing when you're trying to relax?
Just laying there or listening to something or watching something.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, when I don't want to sleep, it's fucking impossible to not fall asleep.
Yeah, but when did you go to sleep?
Oh. I don't know. I don't remember what time it was before I looked. Or I don't remember what time it was before I fell asleep.
After 12 a.m.?
What do you mean? Like when I went back to sleep?
No, when you went to sleep, before you woke up at 10.
Oh, it was probably like 3 something maybe. Don't know. 4 maybe. Could have been 3, could have been 4. I don't actually know.
Eliminate as many hostiles as you can.
Holy shit.
Your team takes the lead.
Dude, I'm not mini skipping.
Enemies took the lead.
Figure out your steer whole thing or whatever.
My what?
A quick 2. Your team's in the lead.
Setup.
Oh my god.
Quad elimination.
I can't hear Mike's cutting when I can't hear you.
Five kills in a row.
Reloading new magazine!
Dude, I was right on his head too. Yeah, you got shit on like 4 times, but calm down. I should have got headshotted. Dude, that thing is so busted. My team is garbage and we're still winning.
What's busted?
Dope could be secondary. If you hit any shots, like if you hit 1 or 2 shots, it's literally insta-kill.
Why do you use it?
What?
Why don't you use it?
I don't really use Dope for me. I use Vigil. But his gun isn't the best for this. It's not good for multi-kills.
Oh, don't they have the same secondary though?
Yeah, they do.
Reloading! Reload!
What? He shot me through the...
2 minutes.
Hear somebody, I don't know where they are. I think there's some loser camped on that fucking desk.
60 seconds.
Dude, like
You
this
have
guy's
30 seconds.
clearly about higher rank than me, and I'm still shutting on him. Like, Garen fucking T, he's way higher rank than me.
15 seconds. You have 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Absolute trash.
Time's up. Your team takes it.
Shit on.
Bro, my team was fucking nasty, simp, and purge. Like, they're giving me nothing online.
You got nothing.
I had TJ and Dan at the end of the stage too, bro. Like,
You're
it was
actually
strong.
cursed, Sam. It's like,
I'm
we
drafting
don't talk
straight
about it enough.
liners.
Straight
Fuck.
liners.
You're
Speaking of nasty, Vancouver 0-8 in grand finals last two events. Have looked great, pretty much start to finish every split online, early in the event up until that point. Like,
You're on the
sort of
clock.
Sam as a
Eliminate
player.
hostiles.
What do you think they need to do to like
Hostiles are halfway
get
to
over
objective.
this up and finals? Actually, like, at least be competitive.
Well, they were competitive. They just
Stay
didn't have any
focused.
ice.
You've wandered away
I
from
think
your target.
stage sure.
Left.
Dude, I'm around the fucking corner, man. Such horseshit that he saw me, dude.
Hostiles are pushing for objective.
Literal fucking horseshit. And he's not even on my screen. Okay. Dude, I don't know why it's like fucking micro skipping, dude. It's so fucking annoying.
Enemies are close to
So
victory.
fucking annoying, man.
Or Major 2, they kind of got slammed by FaZe. Major 3, the first two maps were extremely winnable. And I think once they lost, it was kind of the same as the first Major. Because what was it, winners finals that they had? They lost both hard points to FaZe. And then, or no, they won both hard points against FaZe. And then the grand finals, FaZe beat them in both.
Yeah.
I think the first map of grand finals is massive. Because I mentioned for FaZe specifically, but for LAT was going to win the control basically guaranteed. And the hardpoint was super winnable. That Hossie, they didn't rotate at the end of the game to Rock Hill. They lost a 1v1 round 11 map 2, which kind of chalked it after that point, because again, you were auto down 3-0 at that point. because LAT's control is like the best ever. So I think they just didn't have any ice for this specific instance. Again, I said at the top of the show, but the fact that they've made 3 grand finals in a row as a team is kind of.
I think it's going to get even worse.
What?
The economy.
Yeah. Well, it's good. It'll get worse, but it'll get gradually worse. But then that's still worse, though. It's gonna be harder for us to own a house and shit like that, even though it probably wouldn't have happened anyway. It's crazy because it's like last week you're like, oh shit, if this happens, then there's no fucking way I'm ever owning anything nice. Until, you know, people in your family have to fucking die.
Protect the bombs.
Like, out of all the fucking issues, dude, it's like they want to focus on fucking global warming, dude.
It's because they want us dead,
The
dude.
bomb location has been compromised. Ready to activate.
They want us to stop, like, they want to tax carbon. We are made of carbon. It's all bullshit. What does all this money do anyway?
Op 4 has located a bomb.
That we
Get
get
ready
to
to
the
engage.
Paris Climate Accord and all of our taxes doesn't go anywhere good.
Swapping mags!
It's just
insane for how.
Are we still in that?
Are we? Well, how the fuck are we gonna get out? We're like probably one of the main people.
Like, dude. Like, it. I don't know, man. It was like, I can't even say it was played off as like a small thing, but think of the fact that it's so bad that the government had to cut their fucking taxes on like groceries. Like, that's how fucking bad it is.
Nest of beauties in position.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
I don't think they thought it because it was everything was so bad that they had to do it. I think one thing, it was close to the election, which is why I think they removed the carbon tax, or like at least reduced it. But like, what was it? It was in December. It was what, like 1 or 2 months? It was like. How about you reduce taxes on whatever they did, on the how it's gotten there, how it's produced, how it's fucking made, instead of just doing one small thing. I haven't watched it, but apparently Carney's wife says something really weird, or she slips up and says something when she's introducing him
10 seconds remaining.
at a rally or something. I haven't watched the full thing,
5 seconds to insertion.
but it sounds like she says something about keeping us.
Locate a bomb.
Really, she slipped and said something like that.
Yeah, unless it's like, unless like I just skimmed through it, like I don't know what else she would say. Which I'm not surprised, right? She's rich, she doesn't have to care.
Selfish herself. Just like some hot chick or some crap.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
That was fucking nasty.
We thought the league was going to pan out preseason. This team being as consistent as they have been is absolutely great to see. So I think it's just they just got to get some ice, bro. These were winnable maps for them.
Yeah.
Now the media is reporting that the COVID vaccines are related to heart problems.
Yeah.
Now they're fucking reporting it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny, man. Dude, I got banned. Dude, that's probably, I don't know for sure because they didn't tell me. But that's probably what I got banned for on YouTube. Even though, like, fucking retarded.
Them. So, I mean, just keep doing it. Eventually, the ball will go through the net. But I can't really point to like one specific thing. Why
but it's that thing where it's like it's
like little
a
thing like
conspiracy theory
that
one
round
day,
11
and you just have
that
to
Sam
wait
just
2 years,
referenced
and it's not
against
a
LAPD
conspiracy
is like
anymore.
I'm pretty sure Net blacked out.
So
he touched about it on stream. He was like, he thought he was gonna get snaked by Ernie, so it like changed the way he was gonna play it or something like that.
They
He talked
fucking
about the one
made
going on
you
stream. I
take
remember.
it.
I saw a clip about it,
It's
but
like,
yeah, he
I can't remember who it was. I think it was
want to
Arvin,
snake
where he
too
was
hard.
saying, "Oh, you didn't have to get it." I'm like, "Well, you couldn't really do anything," and he was like, "But that's you still had to choose to." I'm like, "Dude, that's not how choice works."
yeah, dude, that's the most retarded take I've ever
Protect the
fucking
bomb.
heard. Yeah, you have a choice between taking the vaccine or having basically all
Bomb
of your
location
life cut off from
Plan
you.
accordingly.
Yeah,
Because
like you can literally
Not
walk
a
outside,
choice.
but you can't go anywhere, do anything, or buy anything. You can't fucking go to the movies. You can't go to fucking restaurants. Which is completely illegal, by the way.
10 seconds
but
left.
they can just introduce new laws that contradict
Down to 5 seconds.
the actual law, like an edict or whatever,
Op 4
and
has
it's fine.
located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Like I don't know how that makes any sense, but
they fucking protest it, or else they'll fucking shut down your bank
yeah,
account
they'll
too.
freeze your
So
bank account,
yeah, no, dude, we're living in some kind of dystopia here.
yeah, dude, like saying a
Believe
free
it.
country, dude.
말보다는 행동이지.
One Op 4 remaining. operator standing.
How do you know I was there? Yep.
That's what he was saying too.
See, I love how it's slightly normal to say these things 5 years after, when like all the damage was done. And it's like what my sister said. She now thinks that the vaccine did the shit to her that makes her feel tired all the time. And I'm like, was I not saying this 5 years ago?
Victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
I swear I was. Oh wait, still I forgot I'm streaming to YouTube.
Oh well.
Not allowed to do that. Yeah, I guess if I got banned on this kind of wouldn't matter anyway. Why were you hearing about that today or something?
To locate a bomb.
About the COVID thing?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm just trying to do the app on the PlayStation. Yeah,
There's like a news app or something?
Yeah, there's a news channel, whatever.
Your drone has found a bomb.
Yeah, the National Desk. The title of the fucking thing is COVID vaccine linked to heart problems.
10 seconds to insertion.
What the fuck?
5 seconds.
Just look at the comments and like, yeah, been saying this for years.
Yeah, that's like saying Toronto Raptors win 2019 NBA championship. It's like, yeah, we know. It was literally 6 years ago.
You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser
That's
has been
bullshit, dude. Oh, he did on my screen. He just shot one bullet, but okay.
Cool. Well, FaZe
Yeah,
has a build schedule
I
with
hate when the
tentative
news
plans.
does that, where we know something and then they come out with it like it's breaking news. It's like, bro.
Sunday, but I
You were
think I
saying that
probably
didn't happen
got Vancouver
a few years ago.
Well, I don't know. This one's tough. First match back, rewind. Not sure, but it should be a fun one. Let's talk about another interesting match that is going to be the last match on Friday,
COVID, dude.
and that is Vegas Falcons versus Cloud9.
Fucking.
So in this one, Vegas played Optic in that grudge match in losers round one, and did not play particularly good. In that, I think the control on S&D was really hurt them trying any avenue in that series. They have made, from what I understand, 0 changes going into this match. C9 have actually completely made 2 changes to their roster. Out goes Mac, out goes Attach, out goes Tupac, their S&D coach. And in comes Capsidal and Spart. So their lineup now is Capsidal, Spart, Kyle Kremp, and Sib Dante. I'm going to start with you, Chelly. What are your thoughts on the new looks?
User is
and
no
I think
longer
they
in your
can,
possession.
A, win this match, and B, get a better performance this stage?
Do I think that they can win this match? Sure. I'll say that they can win this match. They can honeymoon stage this. The Attach goodbye message was cute. I don't know if he
Like
if
a
it
hostage video.
Yeah, I was about to say
I'm gonna steal
don't-
Benja's joke on that one, bro.
One friendly operator remaining.
It looked like a hostage video.
I don't know how necessary all that was, but you know, it was cute. Honestly, good to see that Dylan, it doesn't seem like he's going to be retiring. Based off that video, I feel like that would have been kind of the time to make the announcement almost. Would have made sense after you got dropped, but no, man, I'm really surprised that Merc didn't go here for whatever reason. I know you guys...
Seed from the pre-haul.
Last stop standing.
What do you say?
Saved. But I hope fucking
eliminated all
Quebec,
friendlies.
Canada or whatever, I'll fucking join it. But it's fucking horseshit.
might have a little bit more intel than I do on this situation, so I'll just very briefly say I'm shocked if there was an offer on the table for Merc and he did decide to say no. That's also surprising because I think that Cloud9's a great org, right? I don't think that any player coming from Challengers would say no, in my opinion, and is in the position to.
You need to use your drone
I think it's
to
their
locate
champs
the bomb.
outwork though, Chili.
Yeah.
Like they're not good.
But, bro, if you're a Challengers player, are you really that concerned about getting on a team that's going to make champs, or are you concerned about getting on a team that can help your career grow? Like that, at the end of the day, that's the decision you have to make. If you're not joining this team because their champs outlook is chalked, then you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, who the hell am I?
Well, are you talking about Merc specifically?
I don't know. I mean, so any Challengers player that doesn't want to join a professional Call of Duty team.
Insertion in 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Are you still on? You're still on.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you gonna turn your PS5 off or something?
Reloading. Incoming adrenaline boost. Boosting adrenaline.
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
These guys are gay as fuck. No, fuck it. I don't want to win this round.
No, you can hear me, right?
Seconds. Last operator standing.
Oh,
10
God,
seconds remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Because the champs is jogged, I think that's ridiculous.
Well, so I think you also need to add the color that, you know, Castle and Spart have had multiple stints in the league. They're kind of known quantities. Yeah, I think they are kind of friends with some of the guys on his team, and so from that aspect, it's a little bit easy.
Friendship cheese? Fuck.
Tower Mid podcast, by the way.
Oh. What? Oh. My bad.
Hey, Cha. All right, later, Cha.
Hey guys. Oh, you're.
actually kick
Yeah,
me
we're
out,
actually
you bunch
no,
of...
you can hang out. All right, bro.
Hi, Doug.
Oh my
Doug's in my
god.
chat.
Anyway, that aside, Merc is fairly green as far as getting a pro league spot, right? His first ever professional appearance was last weekend, and I do think, and that's where I want to go to you, Sam. Like, I do think being picky here, if you think that Merc maybe was in a position where he declined a potential C9 offer, or there's some back and forth there, like that makes sense to me over Cap and Splart or Crazy's rumored to go to this team. Like all the names are getting
Yeah, I heard
closer.
7 names to C9, so I mean, I don't know the intricacies of it or like what the politics look like behind the scenes, so I'm not even going to speculate on it. But Merc staying on Toronto, I think is interesting because again, I heard like rumors that like Toronto was involved in the process for changes and stuff. So again, I don't know anything, so I'm not going to comment on it. But for him to not be on a team, honestly, I think it's fucking egregious. I don't think that C9 is ideal for him. To Chelly's point, it could have been just to get into the league, but I think that the way that he played over the weekend, and the fact that some of these CDL teams just have comfortability with each other, I think is an awful excuse. Merc was better than probably 75% of the players in that venue this weekend with no practice and no scrims. And if that's a testament to the Toronto trio that he filled in for, absolutely. But it was not, kind of like Tommy said on the last episode of the flank that we did, it's not like he came in and just did what he needed to do and like soaked time and just like did whatever. Like he was proactive, great in the comms, he was soaking hill while top fragging, like great at search, he had a couple clutches. Like it's not like he came in and just like filled for beans and just they did whatever they needed to do. They got third. He stood out to me as a player, and there are probably 3-4 teams in this league. Off the top of my head, Optic Boston, C9, like maybe Ravens, you could argue, even though they just made a change. Like there's at least 3 teams in this league that should have been in the running for him. Again, if they were, and I don't know, but I'm just going off the fact that he's not starting, and that's insane to me. I think the kid's disgusting. Scrap was gassing him, and that guy doesn't gas anyone. So I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but the fact that he's not starting is awful.
I agree. The fact that he's not starting is awful. I don't understand though how. 'Cause I'm pretty sure he had to at least turn down his C9 offer. That's like the big rumor that he turned it down. If something else happened there that I don't know about, then so be it. But I'm the biggest advocate that when you're an amateur player, you get a chance in the league, especially. Yeah, maybe C9 doesn't get a chance, but it's a team with Premp and Civ who have been really good this year. I don't know what roster you're looking for to get your first shot on, if not a team with those 2 guys. I don't know what you expect. Yeah, is he good? Should he have standards for himself? Yeah, sure, but like, I believe that hype can die down pretty quickly if we were talking about this before we went live with the show, but like, if he goes back to Founders, isn't playing that well, like that hype behind him, I feel like can die down. You guys disagree, kind of, but I think you got to take an opportunity when you get it. I don't understand what happened there. It's shocking that he's not in the league after the event he had, though.
It could be self-inflicted, we don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I don't. It's kind of hard to comment on it because we really don't know.
Yeah, and I wonder who, because you know, when people are in these situations, they often talk to their friends, whoever that may be, for advice. So I want to know who he talked to about this and told him if it did come down to him just saying no and sitting on the bench rather than taking a starting spot. I want to know who said that was the idea, because I so strongly disagree. Maybe, like you said, maybe, or like someone in the chat said, maybe he's waiting on the Optic offer, but I don't know. That might be a little too optimistic after one event. Like we have to slow the brakes. Like you got to get your opportunities taken, prove you're that guy.
From what I know, talking to multiple people, close situation, you know, he was in, or there were some conversations with him on the C9 front. He's now talking to a lot of people. The terms that were discussed were really like you expected, or
like contractually, or
yeah, that is what I had heard, and so I don't think that really helped maybe the decision here. I think that they maybe offered something a little bit more favorable to him. Maybe he would have taken it further on the comp, but I think if I take a guess, I think he's being patient. If my guess is that he thinks there's more teams making changes in the middle of the stage, and he can get a little better situations. Say the C9 team is not making changes. It's essentially not going to be that good the rest of the year, and then people that you're teaming with are just going to dip. Killer team in the offseason. Maybe stuff stuck in the bag, keep it to the offseason.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I was gonna go with this. I think the timing of it's really difficult. Like an end season team is really hard. Just like it's what Ben said. You don't want to get fucked over when all these people leave that you join. Like say he joins C9 and Kremp and Sid are gone, then he's just sitting there with a +1. Like fuck, you know what I mean? So I mean, there's a lot that goes into it though. Like if you look at the C9 situation specifically, because that's what we're talking about. Like their schedule sucks for stage 4. Like I think they have like a pretty difficult one. They're not going to champs. There's a lot of work to do. Whereas if you join one of the teams or wait, which I think waiting could bite him in the ass, it could not. Obviously, none of us know, but I don't know, man. There should have been. Optic should have made a change. Like Boston should be making changes. There's so many teams, bro, that just.
I do agree with that. I don't know why those two teams are sticking. They're
just sitting there. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. The upcoming schedule for Cloud9 this stage, I think we probably all agree. Do you probably have them new team against Vegas? Probably to get it done.
I'll honeymoon it. Yeah. I mean, it's Vegas. I don't really care.
Anyone not have C9?
Yeah, I'll get C9. Nice 1-4 stage.
They have also Toronto on Sunday.
Why did he join? Fuck.
They have Toronto, then FaZe, Miami, and Thieves. So 1-4.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm him looking at that, I'm like that could just as easily chalk his stock as not playing. Like they just come in, he gets body slammed, and then what?
Into the situation that
like he's rotting in challenge.
If he has no other offers though, like if C9 is the only offer, it's better to play than to not play.
I mean, you're acting like Dante and Kremp haven't been fucking shooting this entire game. Like, bro, that's a really good team to get picked up on. I mean, there's got to be something we don't know. There's no way that he looked at that team and said, no, I don't want to play for C9. There's no.
I'm Team Chili here, but at the same time, like Sam said, the fact that Boston and Optic did not hit this man up, maybe even Carolina.
Falcons too.
Well, they're super not going to chance.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's the same outlook they would have, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
It's definitely.
They also just made a change, you know. I get why they maybe wouldn't, but Boston Optic, like, we're just staying put. We're just running it back.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna get to them in a bit, but I don't know what's going on there. Same with the situation here. We move on to the last series on Friday. Carolina and Toronto. Obviously, Toronto. They're running back with their normal team back to back. Quality patience, placing for the squad. They're solidly top 4. Carolina has been slowly sliding over the course of the season. Got dead last weekend. Are you guys surprised? Sorry with you that Carolina didn't make a change. You think just made it right before the event? Double Thieves.
I was gonna say the Thieves cheese was definitely not. In their favor for the roster move timing, because Rex's first 2 series he played LA Thieves and then he played them on LAN. So really tough draw for him. And then yeah, I don't know what's going on with this Carolina team, dude. I don't know if dropping Vivid was the move. I'm gonna come back to this. I don't think that bringing Rex in for Vivid is going to change anything. And I know it's early, and I know, like you said, I was just saying that the Double Thieves cheese is real, but I just don't see Rex coming in and making more of an impact than Reese was already making. I think they dropped Reese for principle of the fact that the vibes were chalked and that there was just the elephant in the room that they didn't want to address, that they couldn't get Kenny, because that was serious. That was definitely a serious accusation. But yeah, man, I don't know. This team, I think at this point, they're just going to keep sliding and sliding. And at what point do we just say there might need to be a double roster move on this team to switch it up? Because right now, this team's vibes, you look in their player cams, it's not right, bro.
Who do you drop though?
That's the issue. I don't know, because you could argue that 3 of these guys are undroppable. The Gwen, Slasher, TJ trio are undroppable. Wynn's undroppable. I think we've decided, we talked about this, a guy who's dropping a 1.2 online is undroppable. But outside of that, like, you can't drop dice, man. And you can't drop your in-game leader and you play for Pick Scout. So.
They've been playing, like, Teej and Austin haven't been playing great, but they've been playing good enough where it's like, they don't really deserve to get dropped. Wynn's undroppable. But now it's just, you just have a 4th spot. That could just be your revolving door. You just keep trying to do 4th, but the one work.
It's just the worst phase situation.
It's just so strange.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know, dude. I think they're just not good. I don't know. I was high on them preseason. I preached propaganda on that team until stage 2, but I reached a point in this season where I just think that team isn't good. Like, Austin's last 6 series, I'm pretty sure, are, like, actually awful. Gwyn actually had a decent event, surprisingly, but it didn't matter because they got Thieves. I mean, Dylan Rex played worse against Rocker and Losers 1 than he did against Thieves and Winners 1. So I don't know, man. I expected more from Dylan. Granted, again, 2 of the 3 series being against Thieves, but Rocker, he got slain too. So, I mean, Teej literally threw up, what, 10 and 33 game 4, and he finished better than Dylan did in overall. So,
how long did it take to do
I don't know what that says
voting?
about that situation, but I think that they're just not a good team right now relative to everybody else. And I think, I mean, if we can call it a peak early season, we can call it a peak. But I think that.
So what's your solution? What's your
Do
solution?
you have to like wait in the line?
The control thing is big, but I don't think that they have one, Shelly, to be honest with you. I don't think this team's going to make any changes, and they're just going to go to these last 2 events and just try, see what happens.
But if you're a GM of Royal Ravens, right, like what are you suggesting that can save their season? Because right now this is just the downward spiral. So
I mean, the only thing left is the Dylan angle, because I think that, I mean, Austin hasn't been playing well, but I don't think he's like droppable playing bad. Gwyn just had his decent event, not horrible, and I think Teej has been relatively good, but I think the whole team is just taking a dip in terms of performance. So truthfully, I really don't know what the solution is. I'm not bullshitting. I don't know, because the team isn't horrible, but they haven't been able to get over the hump the whole season. And I don't think that there's like some miracle challengers player out there. You can just keep taking chances until something gets better for sure, but there's not some like miracle challengers player out there that's going to make them a top 3 team or be able to get over the hump that they haven't been able to all season. So I think that, again, they just keep it together and go to these last couple events and just see what happens, because I mean, I just don't think that they're good at this game.
Yeah, I agree, Sam. I think teams have caught up to them in Part 1 and Surge, and the control was abysmal this stage. And one of the teams that played the entire stage. I think even when they were kind of starting to trend downward, stage 2, they're still finding a way to win, but they got to clean up some of the edges of this map and the emerge stuff. I don't think they're going to get to a consistent top 4 level, because I think teams like Miami might have more firepower than Toronto. But can they, get to like where Boston's at, where they're the 6th best team? I think it's still within realm. It's just, I don't know. And this match, I don't think, does anyone have Carolina over Toronto? I'm going to assume nobody.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Carolina's matches the rest of the stage. There's some set. There's some challenges in here. Toronto, Boston, we'll talk about that in a bit, but they got Optic, Minnesota, and Miami as well. So, I mean, maybe we can see them in the bracket, but we shall.
At what cost?
At what cost, exactly, Sam.
What do you guys think of Dylan?
Rex?
Or Rex, not Rex. Rex.
I don't know what to think about Dylan. I want to see probably this weekend and get a better sense for their playing. Probably at the level.
They played Rocker and he got shit on lane.
I mean, yeah, he had a terrible start.
That's what
these matches, but like, are you gonna drop him right away?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
that's a really hard decision to make. But for how we've been talking about this kid for fucking years in chat. He never got his opportunity. Fucking all this. Why is he turning down offers? This, and this. He gets on a team and he hasn't even come close to going positive yet.
It's a big weekend for him.
Maybe he is good, and he just got like a shitty schedule draw. I don't know.
He's just got to start a strong foot this week. Get one good series under your belt. Get that pressure off of you. Feel like you guys are executing those tactics and go from there.
I don't know. It feels weird. A lot of these challengers players right now, because a lot of the ones who are coming into the league hyped up, like Merc was just a last-second fill-in. I don't know if you guys had any expectations for him, but it was just like, all right, whatever happens, happens. he fries.
Because of the kid, because of Haggy. He's the only reason I ever knew who he was.
Then you have these kids like Lunars and Dylan Rex, who I feel like I don't know, I'm not that tuned in with challengers, I'm not going to sit here and lie, but from my point of view, it feels like they've been hyped up for quite some time now. Like you're saying, it's like Dylan Rex, well, why is he not in a shot? He's so good, he deserves a shot, he's going to fry. Same with Lunars. Lunars was like the best player in challengers from what I've heard, and then they're in the league and just doing nothing so far. Granted, Dylan Rex has been 3 series, but still, like it feels like it's so hard to figure out who's going to work right now coming into the league.
Yeah, he went into like a favorable spot too. It's not even like his Lunars going to LAG. He went to Ravens. They're 4th, 5th in the standing. You're teaming with great players. Like he went into the ideal situation for a pickup, and he's still getting slammed.
Ravens they just feel like the Steelers to me right now. Just like just middle of the pack. They have no hope to be better than that right now. They're not going to be the worst team in the league.
A winning season for what?
They're not either. Like
making
bracket for what? Like the whole Ravens of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're not going to get a top 3, top 4. They're just maybe 5th, 6th, but they're not going to get last. So, all right,
they got last.
Oh wait, did they? Oh, they did.
They got
I'm in. Like,
I think Teej might need to start scrimming with his shirt off, bro. I think that's like the way. I mean, that's the only way at this point, bro. I've seen the vibes over there, bro. They need something. They need anything.
I heard.
Cool. Well, let's move on to the Saturday matches. We have a good set of 4 here. I think we're going to start with the Optic Vancouver one, but I'll go through all of them right now. We got Minnesota Vegas to start the day. Carolina, Boston, Vancouver, Optic, Memphis, Miami. But I want to start with this one. The one people want us to talk about. Talked about Vancouver a bit ago, but Optic got top 8 again, 3rd event in a row. And the reflection after that stage was to not make a change. Under fire player in Optic Texas, Skies. I'm going to pull up his stats from the 2 lanes he's played with them now, and subsequently the full online stage. You see those on your screen, and they are near the bottom as far as most categories in most players. So individually, Caesar really kind of getting carried by the team. I'm going to start with Ducat. Do you think Optic should have made a change? Do you think we should try and keep it going with Caesar or just sort of figure it out?
No, just keep going, guys. It's going great. Button's bound to click. You know what the definition of insanity is? Just keep running it back. Eventually it'll work, guys. It's fucking lunacy that they have not fucking made a change. This is not working. I don't understand how a team with Shotzi and Dashi is this bad for this long.
Play the game.
They're 5-39 map count against top 8 teams since Major 1. That was a stat we talked about before briefly. That is ridiculous. 5-39 map count against the champs teams.
They haven't beat anybody in a champ spot since January, correct?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Cap, why do you think? Put yourself in their shoes. Why do you think they're not making a change? Like when someone like Merck or even the Challengers plays this.
I cannot tell you. Because if I was in control of that camp, I would have probably tried a whole new formula. Whether it's deserved or not, I probably would have tried a whole new formula with just Ant and Brandon, probably no Kyler. Because they keep trying to bring Hugh in as like this emergency fix, and it's not really working at all. I probably would have swapped out Skies and Hugh, tried to find 2 new guys. Because the way I look at COD, the way I've looked at COD my whole life is that if you have players as talented as Ant and Brandon, you can't be that bad. You really can't. Unless you're just really, really brain dead.
They're really, really brain dead.
So unfortunately, I think they're really, really brain dead. I think that now shows in their roster.
They don't know how to play this game.
All right, Sam. Yes, man.
No, just like fundamentally Black Ops 6 as a whole. Like every year we play a new game and you have to adjust to the style of the game and the maps, but I think they really just don't know how to play this game. I think early season, like online, they were kind of doing what Optic teams typically do, which is they were really talented and they were just winning based on that. And I think once this season expands a little bit and teams start to get the flow of the maps, I think that they just didn't learn how to play the game together. And I think that was probably a product of the whole Kenny situation. Ken probably went about it one way, the others went about it a different way. plus the AG roster change, I think that they're the way that they just play the game and understand Black Ops 6 fundamentally is just so far behind the rest of the league that playing catch up at this point is damn near chalked, which is why I think that they just phoned it in, if I'm being completely honest with you. There's no justification to keep their team other than just like...
That's crazy though. They're going to champs.
I understand that, but like, what... Potentially not.
Well, if they choke this, then that's bad. But they should think they're going to champs right now.
Like, if you don't fundamentally understand the game, but we've seen players do a bunch, is then you bring people in that are playing on challengers or on bottom teams, and they bring in new ideas and new concepts, and you catch it quicker because those people understand it. Like, why wouldn't you go down that route?
That's what I'm saying. The only logical conclusion to me in my head is that they fucking chalked it. And they're just going to like ride it out for the rest of the season and then address their issues in the postseason. But you still have 3 more tournaments, and you've gotten top 8 3 tournaments in a row. There's no logical conclusion on this earth for them to keep their team together. So, again, that's just where my head goes. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know.
Oh, Shelly, can you? I have one reason, one maybe legit reason.
I would love to hear it because I can't think of one.
I want to see what Shelly thinks.
No, okay. My theory is that. Remember before Caesar joined Optic, he's like, oh, I'm running flex more. I've been trying to, you know, get back to my old self, move quicker on the map. I think that was what he thought his role was going to be when he joined this roster. Then Caesar joined this roster, and I think that the guys sat him down, and they said, look, Caesar, we need you to fill. We need you to hop on hill. We need you to do the dirty work that we don't want to do because Hook's not doing it, Shotzi's not doing it, and Bruce ain't doing it. And I think that happened, and Caesar just has come in and tried to do everything that nobody else wants to do, and it's the Kenny role part 2. And it's really annoying because I think that Caesar is getting put into a shitty-ass situation, bro. Because I think he's a lot better than...
Deja vu right now.
Bro, I think they looked at how he was playing the last game, and they're like, yo, Caesar, like, you were hill kitten last game, low engagements. We need that type of player. And when they brought you in, and I don't know. It's annoying me. It's annoying.
So you're saying like to give an example of what you're saying. Like so you're saying like I've noticed, for example, that like oftentimes Caesar is their top bar player involved. Like they're putting him in the like non-primo spots. He's trying to do his best to just play third fiddle, and it's giving him weird times, and he can't kind of play his game, and he's struggling with that. But then that doesn't explain then why you wouldn't make a change because it's clearly not working. Like he can't excel in that.
I'm not arguing the change. I'm just arguing the fact that I think I wanted to see Caesar running a sub more, and using his left stick more, moving more on the map, and I just haven't seen that yet.
Caesar spit some good property when he said he's going to play faster. That guy's never really been a fast player.
Not the last couple of years for sure. He's not the best player.
When was the last time he
I
was
don't know about fast. There's a difference between fast and high engagement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because like throughout MW3 until the last like 2 events, he was like one of their better players, if not their best player. If you guys were watching last year, there was this at the very end of the season, Ben, I know you vouched for it. They going into champs and Major 4. I mean, Caesar's literally told me this firsthand. Like, he just chalked everything and just defaulted hill and allowed. That's when Dante started kicking up, and Paco. He was just like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna do all the shit that none of you guys want to do," because he was high engagement, playing very well throughout the start of MW3 to the middle part of it. And once Paco and Dante kicked up the champs in EWC. That's when he made that crazy role swap and like playstyle adjustment, and I think he's still doing that. I think he's Priesta.
I think he just chalked himself by being a glue guy.
I think he's on the Mac Priesta career arc, where he chalked his individual play to be the glue guy, dirty work, which I fucking hate, by the way. Can we talk about that? I hate that. The dirty work glue guy, and I think it bit him in the ass, because I think he's now mentally in that. Which is where Preston is, which is where Mac is.
If that is, I want to know what Optics conversations are like about like how they play the game, because if they are like expecting someone, Caesar, Penny before that, or whoever, to just like be a quote unquote hill player, that's just brain dead. You don't beat top teams like with a designated hill player. Like it's not. You don't play consistent top tier COD that way.
New York was kind of doing it last year.
Well, I think what Cap
last year was the hold on, just to answer your real quick. Last year I think was the exception because the majority of last year's hardpoint hills were power spots.
No, yeah, it goes back to your point of they want to.
I think what you're saying, Cap, is like there are times where players. It's more so like you want to have systems where players should try and be in the hill more, and when those push-out situations so kill, but not be okay with
Some players are going to inevitably, because their playstyle, because their gun, having a trophy system, whatever, they're inevitably going to get more hill time than the other players on the team. But like, that's not like just the players rolling into like, oh, he's got to be in the hill, so everyone else goes slay around him. Like, the game moves so quick, you have to make decisions like within a split second all the time, that you have to be able to just react and just fill the open lane and just keep shit moving. And I mean, they don't look like they understand that at all right now. And
in this game, it goes back to what I said. I mean,
yeah,
I've watched every match of theirs. I've watched them make the game more difficult on themselves every single time. All of their losses, all of their individual plays. It's not just Ant, it's not just Brandon. It's literally all of them. They just don't do the easy shit to make the game more simple. They add steps to every single routine play, and they add situations where they now have to overcome or overcorrect for just situations that should be very black and white. And it's bit them in the ass all season because they have no teamwork.
And I think the reason they're not making this much change, I'm going to say the only reason, outside of some weird contractual thing on money, is that they're so gun shy now because of all these changes. They are finding reasons not to pick up players because they think yeah, they think it's basically going to be the same situation over. They'd rather just play with Caesar. Which I think the problem with that thinking now is they've now created another problem because I think the fan. You guys are bringing up this Brian stats tweet. Like I think this is a little bit misleading because I'll read it out to you. Brian stats tweet is people don't seem happy about this decision. I personally don't think going to the fourth coming year for the fourth roster is the best decision. The last time Optic placed T8 3 events in a row was Ghost. They also filled 3 different rosters. They stuck it out with the same roster going to the before place third. You know who was on that fucking team? They weren't picking up challengers players when they made that roster. So I don't really like this situation because the caliber of player they were picking up to fix their situation in Ghost, inevitably win an event, is players who were like fucking phenomenal at the title before. So I don't really like this way of thinking, you know? It's not the same situation. I think they're gun shy, and I think they create a situation now where every loss that they're going to have this stage, the fan base is going to be on their ass about dropping season. Yep. And the pressure is never going to be relieved until they win an event or it actually ends. They've put themselves in the ultimate hot seat bind, and the only way out is either first or making a change.
Agree.
So, none of us have Optic winning.
I don't have Optic winning against fucking anybody.
Yeah, no.
I mean, barring like Falcons, LAG, I'm picking every other team in the league to beat them. Respectfully. But disrespectfully.
Good respectfully. Maybe they're Skyline. Very sorry, maybe they're Rewind merchants. We don't know yet.
Maybe, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, let's move on to the first match on that day, and this will be interesting because I think there's a winnable match for Minnesota Rocker versus Vegas. They win this Optic lose a little bit closer to Optic standings. Let's start with you, Charlie. Do you have Vegas in this one, or do you have the Rocker in what I assume is
Yeah, I have Rocker. Just don't see a world where, I mean, listen, it was cute. These ARs on Falcons kick up every now and again, but with there being pressure, I don't know who was saying drop Nero. There's been a lot of talk about dropping Nero. I don't know if it was
Benjay Nassim, the guy right above you.
Was it Benjay Nassim that started to drop Nero?
The guy right above you.
Got it. You guys say I have brain dead takes. NJ, what the fuck?
Benjay's out on Nero.
I'll say this, Nero, the limited opportunities they had on land, he actually played really good. Like, that was the level of Nero being more consistent because he was a problem in SMB and a problem in Hardpoint.
Is the steering good?
To be honest. But like, if he can be good in 2 or 3 game modes, they're always gonna have a chance. So if he plays like that, I think it's good. I think any other sub players out there can be picked up. It's kind of difficult. You're not gonna drop you Asheville. You're gonna keep Ken. I think it's for Rocker. They just gotta convert. At this point, they just gotta convert. You gotta go in these series and you gotta win. They've all the talent in the world.
Those
tires are
exploding.
You should be playing better than them. Make this miracle.
Say that again.
those tires just explode.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Brian, I don't know if you're gonna pull fucking New York subliners and get, you know, runners up at the last event. You get a chance, but the crowd will be behind them at Major 4 to try and make things spicy.
Dude, the thing is, it's the only real running we have is Rocker versus Optic. That's really the only standing shakeup that we can have for the champs qualification. They play the same teams. It's not that like one of them doesn't have an easy road or a hard road. They play the exact same teams, except Optic plays LAG and Minnesota plays Falcons. Other than that, exact same schedule. Optic does have a 30-point lead, but I don't know, bro. Like, again, I'm higher on Rocker, maybe just because I want some crazy shit to happen in Major 4. But, I mean, if we go top to bottom, LAT, FaZe, Vancouver, Toronto, Boston, I'm picking all these teams to beat Optic. Both of them don't play Thieves or FaZe, though, which is good for them.
Yeah.
They all play, like, fucking Ravens and LAG and Boston and shit, but...
I need to see Rocker win this.
I'm picking every team to beat them.
I need to see Rocker win this in not 5 games against Vegas. They need to show me that they can do it in 3 or 4 maps. Because if this goes to a map 5, I'm genuinely concerned that they're not going to be able to win a series unless it's a map 5, and that is a huge problem for a team that's trying to make a champs push.
Huge problem for a team who chokes a lot of map 5s also.
That as well. Well, that's why, yeah.
Well, they beat Carolina in 4 at the event.
If they close their 5s, I mean, sure, obviously pure hindsight, but if they close their game 5s last stage, they'd be tied right now. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly. And it's not like Vegas is the world's best SME team either.
I mean, you just veto Skyline Hardpoint and they'll lose the series, so it's fine.
I think for Minnesota, listen, just pile on as much pressure on Optic as possible. You gotta take care of your own business. They're not trying in a positive direction. Like, you start to make that gap tighter, like, you never know. So, does everybody have Rock over Vegas in this one?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Alright, very great. Let's do, we have 2 more left. Let's do Thieves in Miami, the last match on Saturday. Thieves obviously coming off a victory. Miami with Super, a really good stage out of them. They kind of catapulted themselves into kind of that top 4, top 6 conversation. Start with you, Sam. You think there's any Miami upset potentially?
We're online, Benja.
Yeah?
We're online, baby. Thieves 3-1, 3-0.
Thieves onliners, bro.
Thieves online, they're undeniable.
Their online records
series
are
this one last like 16.
I'll tell you their online records this season. Their online records
undeniable.
19.
They're undeniable, brother. I got Thieves.
They say I'm not losses online as they do online.
I will say, even though I do have Thieves, I fucking love this Miami team. And this might be the nail in the coffin for them because technically, most of the time when I gas teams, they turn to shit. But I fucking love this Miami team, dude. I was super high on them going into the major, and to see them make another Sunday was great. But I think that team is good as fuck, quite frankly. I think Metal's found a level of consistency that he needed to really have them as like a mainstay in the top end of the league. He's been great their last like 5 or so, I would say. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty high on Miami. I think that team is really fun to watch. I think that they have 2 Rookie of the Year candidates on their roster, which is super exciting. I think Rancor is still my most underrated player in the league, although now he probably isn't underrated anymore. Super's been incredible since he joined. So I don't know, dude. I'm really high on Miami, and I hope they keep it up. I'm a fan of their team.
We'll talk.
Down to the bone. You have the right to remain entertained.
We'll talk about season awards in the next episode. Kelly, what are your thoughts?
Thank God Super's good, because I'm really sick of having the conversation that should this team be roster locked or not. Or sorry, region locked. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, because we were always saying like Real Rancor just need 2 guys to step in. You know, it's just like, thank God Super came in and we can stop having that conversation for at least a little bit. Because it is good to see this Miami team have success. I think that guys are really likable on the team, and they're a young team, and yeah, we have 2 potential Rookie of the Years on the same team. That's pretty cool too.
Cap, you got Thieves in this one?
Absolutely. I like the Miami team also, but Thieves is a fucking juggernaut.
I think if you're Miami, you gotta take map 1 this one. You take map 1, You can be a tough out in S&D. Even then, I kind of like these been through reverse sweep, but you gotta not like map 3 is like, even though Miami's been decent in control, it's an
Bone in the map 3s against these, bro.
So you gotta take the first couple. I don't think these probably win very well. Maybe draw last year. I think these will be wide enough. We got one more match on Saturday. Carolina versus Boston. Don't want to spend probably too much time on this one. I just give like score predictions. Start with you, Pat.
3-1 Boston.
Agree.
Are you ready?
I think Boston's a little better, but this is a very unexciting series.
Boston controls looked a lot better, right? I'm pretty
They're like
sure.
7-1 or something crazy.
Yeah, they've been like slamming
7-1
control.
in stage 3. So I think that Carolina struggles in control. Boston being good in that game mode. I think Boston are the 6th best team in the league. Not the worst spot to be in. It's not the best spot to be in. I think
Top 6 is the worst, brother.
But I think you can argue that on their talent level, they're probably overperforming.
Yeah.
Where they're at.
Can we look at Ravens' schedule this split? I'm just curious because it seems like they have some games that, like, Major 1, Major 2 split, we would have had them winning no problem, but now we're sitting here just being like, well, it's actually not the hardest split.
I mean, these are all Boston, obviously not like top 6. Optic, struggling to be any chance teams. Rocker, Miami. I mean, Miami and Toronto had to go L's. The other 3, I guess, are theoretically wins. But even when they were good, Carolina was very day-to-day. I don't know. We'll see.
They just can't close early in these series, bro. Their control, like, Ben, again, your take is aging like fucking fine wine, brother. They're being bad at map 3 it's so devastating. Because, I mean, if you let any of these teams stick around in these series, they're always going to be potential to lose them. But I just have no faith in them 3-0ing anybody.
They need just a strong get off and upset Toronto, go 2-0 this weekend, beat Optic and auto qualify for winners early, and just completely change the vibes in that camp, because I think they probably feel like they're just stuck in the mud, and that's the type of team, unfortunately, I don't think it's getting out of the valley when they get there. That's kind of my thought process on Carolina right now. All right, we have 3 more matches to talk about. Some of these are exciting, and some of these, well, we're going to start with the ones that are like, well, and we'll kind of swing through this. LAG, Miami, LAG dead last. One hard point, 1 S&D, 1 control last split. I mean, dude, is there any life for these LAG guys, or are they basically unfrozen compliments at this point?
Nope. I hope Gotaga isn't discouraged about the CDL, but he has gotten unbelievably unlucky this season with his rosters and the changes that he's made. I mean, I like the proactivity of him. At least he's been willing to make the changes, but I mean, he just they gotta abolish or abandon the org, bro. The LAG org is just cursed. It's cursed in the CDL. You gotta get rid of it.
No, they need Pat to pay them back the money that he owes them.
He put like a generational curse on him from the like the Slayer curse.
Does everybody have Miami 3-0?
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe 3-1.
3-1, yeah.
Let's talk FaZe Thieves. Ooh, this is kind of a banger. Haven't seen this one in a while since the Major 1 finals. Is it a potential, obviously, if FaZe lose to Vancouver, they could go 0-2 this week. The last time these guys played online, went to Game 5. The last time they played on LAN, went to Game 7, and then the time before that went to Game 5. So, I mean, in S&D, who do you guys think ices up? Do you think FaZe ice up, or do you think Thieves have improved search since
I mean, their search has been fucking crazy.
I think Thieves wins 3-1.
I think Thieves 3-1 cap. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah.
What do you got, Charlie?
Depends. Did FaZe just lose to Vancouver, or are FaZe coming off a win against Vancouver? Because I think that I would take FaZe if they're coming off a loss to Vancouver, because if they drop 2 games in a row, I'd be.
Well, you said a 3-1 FaZe bounce back, so they're.
I did. I'm just saying, in a way, they lost to Vancouver. But yeah, no, I'll take.
You think FaZe is going 1-1 this weekend, no matter what?
Yes, correct. FaZe are 1-1 this weekend.
I think FaZe is 0-2. I don't know. This is tough 2 matches to come back to.
Yeah, but the rest of their draw standings.
I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, maybe for like seeding and like it weird. But
I I mean, I think they lose these two. They're gonna womp these next week, man.
I don't know how you can just say that FaZe are just gonna lose these two. Like, it's Atlanta FaZe.
Who just played in the finals.
I mean, yes.
They're really good.
Vegas
and currently valuing in hardpoint.
Because
they just got top 6.
Their hardpoint's not that good.
Yes. Vancouver and Thieves got first and second.
Yeah,
I know, but you guys don't. FaZe, we were doing this at the beginning of the season too. Like, FaZe will always bounce back. They're inevitable.
They had a month break.
They're inevitable.
Were they bouncing back in our predictions against Surge and Thieves, or was it against like Austin and Miami and like what? I don't remember these conversations. I remember vaguely. I don't remember the caliber of opponent here. Like, it's very different right now.
Their also slump at the beginning of the season was like Thieves and like these very difficult teams. I think they lost to like maybe Optic or something.
Rio by Carolina.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll say this. I think winning. If you're FaZe, you got to win the control against Vancouver. They do that, I think they can find a way to win. And it's probably the same thing for the Thieves series, because I think the Searches will be a really good score up. I think these are two of the best teams. Thieves will come down there. But I don't know. Maybe this is a generational Zach against Thieves type series. They haven't really, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's a bad.
The Terrors are good again.
If they lose these two, they're not losing C9 LG Vegas. They're going to take that. I would say
that's a bounce back. If they go into those 3 games, might be ugly. They might be slaughters.
For the narrative, I've been losing to Vancouver and being Thieves, because I'm just I'll make the spice.
LAT 3-1. It's online. I'm gonna say it every time I predict them. They're literally the final boss, unkillable online.
It's gonna be cool to see them play Rewind. I wonder if they're still good at it. That's like my big question mark for this weekend.
Yeah, Rewind should be interesting. Score. Last time they played the Sam alluded to earlier. Dangossi didn't rotate. MC Celium got about 17 kills on the P2 and they ended up actually coming back to win. And I think it was the 4th map in that series, right?
Yeah.
Alright, last match. New Look C9 versus Toronto Ultra. Toronto kind of kings of like driving the Sunday matches for what it's worth. Even look at the talent of the C9 team. Like, I think Capsule can definitely still have his takeover potential at times against part teams. I don't know about Spark though. I think it's a Toronto squad. I think they're gonna play like I don't know what to think of the C9 team. I got Toronto.
Last time we saw Spark.
These C9 moves don't really excite me because we've seen Cap and Spart in the league multiple times each of them, I believe.
Spark's last cameo. Anyone know?
I don't remember.
Did he sub in for like 1 game?
I don't remember.
I kind of remember he subbed in like 1 game.
Last year? It was last year for Rocker.
Someone got like sick or something. I forget what happened.
Was it? Was it just like a temporary thing?
What was the time he actually played though besides just the film?
I tried to say an MW2.
He subbed in for LAG last year.
Either way, these guys don't excite me. Respectfully, they're solid COD players, but it might be an upgrade for the C9 team, but I still feel like even if it is a slight upgrade, we're talking like top 6 Major 4. I don't think they're going to be a real threat to like make champs because of this roster or like have a great Major 4.
I mean, bro, their stage is diabolic. We talked about it earlier, so.
I'll be honest, the X factor in this is Cap's goal. If Cap comes in and he's just like a walking piece every life, I actually think that they'll just bully some teams. But like if he's comes in, he's kind of super inconsistent, and Crep is always a super consistent player, then I think they're just, to your point, maybe they're top 6, but more likely they're 1 and 2 in this bracket.
Crep's been pretty consistent this year, in my opinion.
He has been.
Not the last stage though. Last stage.
They were in blow it up, fucking change my team, please territory.
Last stage was really impressive. Before that, yeah, I thought Crep was having a good season. The last stage, you really.
Well, their major was their major 1 match.
It was 1 match, so they can ignore that. But online really struggled in control. The rest of them, the S&D was everything. I was slamming them.
0.47?
It was 1 match.
1 match, brother.
Oh, why am I?
Yeah, 1 match, but no, they need everybody on the team to play good. Crep has that. We know Cap. We've seen in past years that Cap can be that guy. I think Cap's reasons for why he's got dropped off the past teams are really not.
I'm actually high on Cap. I don't know if that's unpopular or not. I'm excited for him.
He's talented. Again,
I like Cap a lot.
Dude, when he filled for us, Cap, in MW2, I was actually like a big fan of his. I thought he came with the right attitude. He seemed like...
I like his attitude. He's a good kid. He was super confident, which I like.
Yeah, he was like shot and shit. I fucked with it.
Same, but I feel he's just been so inconsistent when I've seen him in the league. That's why I'm rooting for him.
Shit shake on that Boston team last year. He wasn't great. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that he didn't deserve to be dropped. But, like, I just think that situation fucking sucked.
It was not a good. It was not a good situation. I'll repeat what I said. I think when he's gotten dropped from a couple of the teams, it's been for out of game reasons, not necessarily himself. There's no like his ability to shoot back, make plays, especially in S&D, are all there. He's just gotta. Again, he's a young kid. He's just gotta. If he looks at teammate aspects, the day-to-day aspect, like he's gonna be. He will actually take advantage of this chance and maybe, be a mainstay on one of these rosters going into next year.
I'm high on him. I hope that he plays well in the season.
Do you guys think that since Merc looks like he's staying on the bench for Ultra, that there's added pressure, especially on Beans coming in? No, I'm just curious because I feel like that might be a little like if Beans starts to have a bad split, those thoughts kind of creep in.
I think Beans solidified himself. He's been good all year.
Yeah, I think Ben's good. I think one is he just got to make sure Ben's decent situation is good.
I think it can be a positive though, Chelly. Like having, I guess it depends on like person, but if you like take it the right way, like oh shit, there is a kid here who could, like if I don't kick up, you know what I mean? Like it could be a good driving force, but I don't think Ben's that kind of person. I think that
I don't think
that guy's
he's either.
extremely confident. I don't think it's.
It did result in good tweets from
Dude, his
him.
tweets were fucking awesome.
I don't get nervous, but I get a little shaky.
Guys, I will say, C9, I believe it's 2-0 against
their last matchup was at 3-0 at Major 2, right?
Yeah, Toronto is not taking a map off of them this year. It could go both ways. Toronto could be really motivated for this match, or it could be, maybe just a weird rematch. It's hard for you to beat C9.
Toronto's gonna start fucking peaking here soon, dude. I think Toronto, like in a good way, not in a bad way. I think Toby's he's getting there, bro. He's starting to get to that like takeover shit that we're used to him being. I think Joe's been super consistent outside of that random bad series that he had. I forgot who it was against at the major, but
Vancouver.
Yeah, he got fried there, but
he shot bodies P1.
That was his friend. Oh my god, you remember? That was his first bad series in a while. So I think this Toronto team, it might be a little sleeper grand final for the last couple of events.
I think really a sleeper. I mean, they just got fired. I don't think who's sleeping.
I don't know. I think people would still have FaZe in LAT on lane at least for a while. Like if they were to match up, like
they gotta be Vancouver's the team they're gonna be. That's the team that's getting them in trouble both this event and the last event. They didn't win that match and lose the finals. Kick it off from there. So that we'll see. Let me see. Who's Toronto? Who's Toronto play this way? Oh, it's an interesting set. The Carolina team that we talked about, Rocker, Vancouver, and Optics. So there you go. They're definitely big winners bracket. I would think with the schedule. I think they beat Optic in Minnesota in C9.
Yeah.
Maybe they drop. I think they're 3-2.
Who's schedule is Toronto's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be 3 wins for sure. Probably 4.
I agree, but
potentially 5.
Maybe they. Baby cheese that is all of the matches. I got a couple of community questions that we can bounce place. As always, chat the video respond to tweets with a couple of questions. Some good ones, 2 event-related ones, and then one that I want to get Sam in caps locks on some topics. So, first up, we got a question from Cody, right? So, Cody on Twitter. In case you are doing a Q&A, what's the league's problem with doing pro-am today? Major 4 DreamHack would have been an excellent opportunity for 3 stages, 16 games.
That's a you question, Benja.
Yeah, I could take this one. I think part of the issue is that the league, I think there's 2 issues. One is, I think the league is having a hard time in the owners and really figuring out how to do the current format throughout the year. I think the best compromise is doing it at the beginning of the year and one at the middle of the year from week 2. And right now the only one we really have is EWC, and it's not an official league event. So I just think it's just down to TDL and the owners, and I think if maybe the decision making process of the people making decisions change, I think you start to see more of them, to be honest.
All right, I'm gonna get
Yeah, I
off.
agree. If we went to Major Forums like a World CWL event, that would be a fucking massive W.
Okay, peace.
Yes.